Maybe. तो यही होने वाला है। Ya.
很香。
वडोदरा कितने है? 26 participants. Morning, everyone. I kindly request everyone to stay logged in. The meeting will start in a few minutes.
ಹೌದಾ ಎಲ್ಲಿ ಹೌದಾ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋನಾ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಇದು ಮಾಡಿದೆ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಬರಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಇದೆ ಅಲ್ಲ ಸ್ಟಾಪ್ ವಿಡಿಯೋ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಅಲ್ಲ ಈಗ ಬರ್ತಾ ಇಲ್ವಾ ನೋಡಿ ನೋಡಿ
I request all the participants to mute themselves. We'll be starting shortly.
आवाज तो नहीं आ रही इसके कोई नहीं होता चल मैंने अंदर ही करती ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਵੀ ਕਰਤੀ ਦੇ ਦੇ ਜਾਣ sir.
Huh?
That hunger like
Huh.
surgery has not given any kind of diagnosis on in the term hypertensive 1 month.
Where is the first provisional diagnosis? You are worried about them.
Provisional diagnosis is asked.
Differential we did not write. No?
After that, I wrote after taking the picture. This I took.
This is old one. No?
Old one means I've taken the photograph before. Then it went to surgery. Now I went to take this picture of the surgery.
No, you take complete case sheet.
There they have restricted surgical instruction.
You take complete photograph in the beginning. With sign and seal.
आगे आगे
मेरा वेबिनार चालू है। म्यूट हूँ ना।
चालतच नाही. पासवर्ड घेते का? हा ते डायरेक्ट आपलंच होऊन जातं.
Good morning, everyone. I hope I'm audible and visible to everyone. I request the participants to kindly mute themselves. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the honorable dignitaries, guest speakers, staff, and student delegates. Knowledge is the eye of desire and can become the pilot of the soul. Today's program is one such endeavor towards the enlightenment of our. On this note, I, Ishita Shankar, in turn, extend my greeting to you on the behalf of the Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, KMSHA Dental College and Hospital, to this national level webinar
First year fellows,
2 4
classes,
on application of artificial intelligence in healthcare research.
very nice attend.
I request all the participants to kindly mute themselves. Moving on, the theme of today's program is very relevant, considering that artificial intelligence, that is AI, in healthcare has reshaped the way we diagnose, treat, and monitor patients. This technology is drastically improving healthcare research and outcomes by producing accurate diagnosis and enabling more personalized treatments. AI in healthcare helps to analyze vast amounts of clinical documentation quickly and helps medical professionals identify disease markers and trends that would otherwise be overlooked. The potential applications of AI and healthcare are vast, from scanning radiological images for early detection to predicting outcomes from electronic health records. Thus, the Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, KMSHA Dental College and Hospital, has organized a national level webinar highlighting the applications of AI in various fields of healthcare. I now request Dr. Rashmi Venkatesh, Professor and Head of Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, and organizing chairperson of today's program, to deliver the welcome speech.
A very good morning to everyone. On behalf of Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology, KMSHA Dental College and Hospital, Sumandeep Vidyapeeth, deemed to be university, myself, Dr. Rashmi Venkatesh, Professor and Head of the Department, would like to welcome all the distinguished speakers, Dr. Sachin Kumar Sharma, Dr. Sushi Kadanakoppe, and Dr. Deepti R. I take this opportunity to welcome our beloved Registrar Sir, SVDU, and Dr. Dean KMSDCH for being part of our national level webinar on applications of artificial intelligence in healthcare research. I also welcome all the participants to this national level webinar. Nowadays, the digital technology has led to improvement in functional efficiency, reduction in man hours, and reduction in errors in most of the fields. And this is true with respect to healthcare research also. Artificial intelligence and machine learning are taking research designs to next level of advancement. Today's first keynote speaker, Dr. Sachin Kumar, will be briefing about the digital transformation in healthcare research and various opportunities available in AI, which we can utilize as a healthcare professional in doing our research and making it easy. Dr. Sushi Kadanakoppe will be enlightening us with the core principles of legal and ethical considerations, which we need to take care when we are using AI during research, healthcare research and biomedical research. And our last speaker, Dr. Deepti R, will be taking us on a tour to ChatGPT, which will make our research writing easy. Without taking much of your time, I conclude my introductory remarks and welcome you all once again for this national level webinar on AI. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for this warm welcome speech. To give a great start to this evening, let's invoke the blessings of the Almighty. Let us join this virtual prayer ceremony and immerse ourselves in divine positivity.
Where is this college, KMSHA?
Perio guys are principal there.
Perio?
Perio guy, no?
Ah.
He's a principal.
This KMSHA.
That one, yeah. Vadodara. हो गया बना दिया
To everyone, kindly request all the participants themselves.
Oh, I know. I have to share money.
Moving on, I request Dr. R. Venkatasubramaniam, Dean, Aimsha Dental College and Hospital, to kindly deliver his address. Dr. R. Venkatasubramaniam, Dean.
Good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Stephen Hawking once quoted that the development of full artificial intelligence would spell out the end of human race. It would take off its own, it would redesign itself at an alarming rate, and humans who are limited by slow biological evolution, they will not be able to compete with artificial intelligence, and they'll be ultimately superseded. So artificial intelligence, on one side, it is promising. On the other side, it is frightening. Will artificial intelligence augment our intelligence, or will it fragment us human beings? Of course, only time will be able to tell. But of course, artificial intelligence can never replace natural stupidity. But of course, we have wonderful speakers today, Dr. Sachin, Dr. Sushi, and Dr. Deepi. So I'm sure they're all going to talk about the virtues of artificial intelligence. In my opinion, any technology can be used or abused. If artificial intelligence is used, then I'm sure we'll be able to do wonders. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. I now request Dr. Chandramani B. More, Honorable Registrar, sir, to kindly deliver his address.
Good morning to all the delegates and head of the Department of Medicine and Radiology, the Dean of the Dental College. The topic which has been selected by the Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology is actually a need of an hour. Artificial intelligence has been rising slowly and gradually. In most of the IITs across the country, pan-India, they have included artificial intelligence as one of the subject for degree. So the artificial intelligence has been as one of the areas which the healthcare industry is trying to adopt it. Considering this, Sumandi Vidyapeeth deemed to be university hereby wishes this program and happy learning to all the delegates. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Without further ado, let me walk you through the salient features of today's program. Today, the program intends to highlight the key aspect important for all the practitioners of oral health, be it in the clinic or in the community. This includes digital transformation and artificial intelligence, opportunities and challenges in healthcare, ethical guidelines for artificial intelligence in healthcare and biomedical research, practical guides to use ChatGPT in healthcare research. Hence, to enrich us with their proficient knowledge, we have Dr. Sachin Kumar, Dr. Suchi Kadanakuppe, and Dr. Deepti R as the guest speakers for the day. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the first speaker of the day, Dr. Sachin Kumar. Dr. Sachin Kumar is a PhD, Master of Computer Applications in the Department of Computer Sciences, Delhi University, Delhi. He is an assistant professor in Computer Science, Cluster Innovation Center, Delhi University, Delhi. He is the executive officer of the University of Delhi Foundation. He has completed his post-graduation in Masters of Computer Applications from the Department of Computer Sciences. Currently, he is teaching courses and supervising research and development in the area of artificial intelligence, machine learning, deep learning, digital transformation and governance, smart cities, urban computing, information systems, and computational social systems. He has also authored a book on operating systems titled Operating Systems, Concept Building and Problem-Solving Approach, published by Cengage Publications, USA. I request Dr. Sachin Kumar to kindly take over the session. Sir, we are eager to hear from you. All the questions will be taken up at the end of the session.
मेरे भी लॉगिन मेरे वंशाली मैच इसमें बनाया हुआ है एक फोटो
मेरा नाम आ जाएगा।
ये भी बहुत ज्यादा बैडमिंटन क्रिकेट दोनों अच्छा चल रहा है एक ऐसा हो जाता है
First, all the participants to kindly mute themselves.
लोग देखते कहां से नाम लोग सीधा ऐसे ही आ गए इन्होंने जो डेवलप किया कैसा है बताएं तो स्पेस वाला है स्पेस वाला है ना वो है दीपक नीचे वाला
Can I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Deepa. I think somebody is speaking.
I request all the participants to mute themselves.
Okay. Thank you, Deepa, and thank you very much for inviting me and for this brief introduction. I would like to thank for having me for this national webinar, Dean of the College, Registrar of the Institute, and Dr. Rasmi Venkatesh and Deepa Patil for inviting me for this national webinar, which is specifically addressing artificial intelligence and its impact and social implications in healthcare sector. So I'll be talking about digital transformation and artificial intelligence and what are the opportunities and challenges in healthcare sector. So please allow me to share the screen. I hope screen is shared.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So about this lecture, I'll be discussing about the presentation of my lecture is, the outline of my lecture is the digital transformation and human society. So I'll be taking you to the journey how it all started from the primitive times. Then I'll discuss about artificial intelligence, what is artificial intelligence, how we came to develop artificial intelligence definition, and what is actually artificial intelligence with several examples. Then we'll discuss about artificial intelligence and its developments in the previous time as well as in the recent time. Then I'll discuss about some common ethical issues related to artificial intelligence. I'll be taking challenges and opportunities specifically to the healthcare sector in the end, and then we will be moving towards responsible artificial intelligence development. then I'll conclude my presentation.
So you
So,
can put your presentation on SlideShare.
sorry.
So you can put your presentation on SlideShare, full screen.
Is it okay? Okay, sure. Is it okay now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first we need to understand about the technological revolutions. When we observe the development of human society, we always think about that there is a technological revolution which has transformed the way we live our life, the way we conduct our actions, and the way we settle. So initially we were living our life as a hunting and gathering society in which our main purpose directly was that we have to survive. But then after some technological revolutions took place, and then we got into the agrarian society or a settled way of society, where we started doing agriculture. We developed primitive tools made of stones, wood, and other materials. And then we started developing communities, we started developing concept of families, and we started living like a tribe. After that, after a lot of development, then one more technological revolution came, which came around 1715, which we call as industrial revolution, in which we came out of the sustenance and we started developing things which in the mass production system, where we were producing something and we were trying to think about that where we can sell those things and earn the surplus. So these things happened after the industrial revolution, and due to these things, the colonization of several countries and importing of their resources to the country which is colonizing the other country started, just like in India. And after that, one more technological revolution took place, which we call information and communication technology, initiated by semiconductor, electronics, and the computer industry, which has given us information and knowledge society, the society which is being driven by the processing of information, generating knowledge from that information, and then taking decisions. So these are the major technological revolutions, and each one of them we see that how they are impacting our life, and we are transforming our life and living under those impacts of impact of technological revolutions. So if we go specifically through the timeline, then we will see that in early social organizations developed language and arts and some is very basic type of culture. And after that, effective hunter and gathering society came into being. In Neolithic agriculture revolutions, the agriculture society developed. Later on, when we were able to discover iron, bronze, or these type of metals, then the cities and civilizations, or we got developed, and we moved towards the urban revolutions. After that, the industrial society came by the development of, or by the industrial revolution, and then it transformed the way we live in the cities. Earlier we were living in the towns or very basic villages, but now industrial society came, and then around that collection of human beings in the city, large number of people in the city, the city system evolved, the governance system evolved, how to manage those people, how to provide them services which are necessary for the survival. These things were included in that industrial society. And later on, now we are part of the knowledge society, where we are witnessing the knowledge revolution. So through this development, you can see that one technology is actually the foundation. Technological revolution is the foundation which is transforming the way we live, transforming the way we work, transforming the way we think about the futures, and transforming the way we identify the problems and move ahead. So technological progress is not monotonic. If we talk and if we observe these examples and the developments, it goes through rapid jumps. Sometimes the stagnation is there, and sometimes setbacks are there, sometimes downfalls are also there. So technological revolutions change not only technology, but also the individual and society. When we talk about the digital revolution, so digital revolution is that whatever we are doing right now, we are generating data. And earlier, before the digital revolution, we were not generating data. The data was just whenever we are recording things in the analog or simply you can say in the file or standalone registers, then we were just doing the work and the work related data was being recorded there. But as the technology penetrated into our life, so that data generation encompassed each and every event of our life. And due to that thing, huge data generation process got started. And we can see that initially in 1980s around, we had around 90% of our data which was in the analog format, and or less than 5% or 1% data was in digital format. Digital format you can consider as files, computer related hard drives and all these things. And analog format you can consider as the registers like attendance registers and assessment things like bank notebooks and all these things which were in the paper format. But after that thing, if we come to 2000, then we see that there is huge jump in the digital data generation as compared to the analog. Now more than 95% data which is generated, that is your digital data, but very small portion of the total data generation is analog data. And the benefit of this digital data is that now we can collect that data, we can format that data, we can structure that data, we can process that data, and then after processing, we can apply intelligent techniques, and then we can get insights and decisions. So on the large scale, we can get the insight. For example, how a group is behaving, we can do the data collection and then conclude that thing. If at individual level we have to decide, then we can also collect individual data and provide personalized services according to that person. So this huge data generation has given us huge information, and that is why we are part of this knowledge society, where we are driven by our the devices which we are using and devices around us like computer, like social media platforms, softwares, and the mobile and several apps. So they collect our data in the digital format, and in the backend the services are that data is processed according to the requirement of the company or the organization which is accepting or collecting that data, and then they provide services to you or to the business entity they are doing business with. So this way you can consider that now we are part of the digital revolution, where everywhere we are generating data wherever we are going. The pictorial representation to understand the situation is that in 2005, when the Pope Benedict XVI took the oath, then you can see in the picture, which is about 2005 picture, that there everybody was focusing on the ceremony, and everybody was you can say there was no device or nothing was happening. But just in 8 years, in 2013, when Pope Francis took the oath or in that ceremony, then we can see that each and everyone is having digital device and recording the moment. So this is the revolution of digital transformation of our society, where intentionally or unintentionally we are recording each and every moment, each and every memory, and that data is actually being recorded or saved by large corporations, and now they are using intelligent techniques like artificial intelligence technology, big data analysis technologies, and in combination with Internet of Things, and then they are providing services, or means whatever manner, in whatever manner they want to use, they are using that data. Now we need to understand about the three terms which we most of the time use interchangeably, but they are different. When we talk about digitization, it means that we have analog information and we are changing that analog information into the digital format. For example, you have a physical register, attendance register, and now you are scanning that document and then creating a PDF file. So that is called digitization. Then the next process comes is digitalization. So digitalization is using digital technologies and information to transform individual institutional operations. So for example, you want to streamline the internal mechanism of attendance of doctors, how they are treating the patient, but that is internally or just for the single institute. So for that thing, we are developing softwares, standalone software. So that is called a digitalization, that a particular type of processes inside one campus, inside one entity, we are digitalizing. Then comes the digital transformation. So digital transformation is we are transforming the institution itself. So we are actually coordinating with 2 or 3 institutions together, and we are providing providing services, developing softwares or integrating softwares, which are helping us to strategically produce things in efficient and productive manner. For example, earlier when we had to take our insurance, so it was a difficult process. But now if you want to take the insurance, what you can do is you can directly go to the website, Policybazaar and all these things. You can search there. There are multiple institutions there which are actually providing their service of insurance, car insurance, medical insurance, or other type of insurance. And then you can select which one is suitable for you. And after that, you click on that thing, you click for the payment, then bank is involved, that is a separate institution. Then you have one payment company like Paytm or Google Pay or Phone Pay, then they are also involved. So you see that there are multiple institutions coming together just to facilitate you, just to facilitate the insurance process. So this is the digital transformation. For example, if you are taking admission and you are appearing in CUET, undergraduate examination, so you need to identify which college is best for you. You need to identify how to pay the fee. You need to identify which course you want to take. You also need to become part of the entrance test conducted by NTA, National Testing Agency. But all these things are being now converted by single platform, that is Samarth. So due to, if these things are happening, it means that digital transformation is happening. Now you don't need to go physically anywhere. All the institutions, all the services provided by those institutions, they are integrated into the software. You have to log in and you have to take those decisions, and accordingly all the things are settled. Whenever things are absolutely necessary that you have to be present as a physically, then only you have to be present, otherwise no. The for example of this thing is that nowadays we do not visit banks frequently. So this is digital transformation. Now, when we are talking about artificial intelligence, so artificial intelligence in basic terms, if we understand, that is the development of intelligent machine. And how do we develop intelligent machine? As human beings are intelligent, we are intelligent because we have brain and we have the physical body. Brain process the information, accept the information through senses, take the decision according to the experiences, and then direct the several organs of our body to take necessary action. So similarly, this process or this concept was taken, and then the people decided, or researchers decided, that we need to develop machine is also a physical body which we can give some intelligence. So if we provide intelligence to the machine, then machine will become intelligent. And that is one of the philosophy of human development since the ages, that each and every time what we have done is that we have always tried to reduce our work. When we were doing hunting and gathering, our tools were very simple. Then we went into the agriculture because that was better way of living than the hunting and gathering, because there was no threat of the survival, and we were having surplus or some we don't need to search for the food again and again. So same thing is here, that if machine is there, then machine is helping us to reduce our work. And if machine is helping us to reduce our work, for example, car, if we are driving, then car is helping us to reach at a particular destination in a very less time as compared to if we walk on the foot. But if we make the car intelligent, it means we don't need driver, we don't need human assistance, then car can automatically take decisions how to go, which is the shortest way to go from one place to another place, how much speed we need to maintain. So then that car will behave like an intelligent machine. So artificial intelligence is basically a concept, subject, discipline, or technology which is helping us to develop intelligent machines. And what is our ultimate goal after the development of intelligent machine? Our ultimate goal is that when we have settled all our requirement or necessities which are of present time, then we want to pursue or relax, or we want to pursue some higher goals. We want to go into the spirituality, we want to discuss ideas and all these things. We are not able to do these things because still we are in some level of human development where we have to consume, we have to devote our time to, you can say, a lower type of work for the survival. When we talk about the artificial intelligence, so the basic thing of artificial intelligence actually started by the paper which was written by Alan Turing, and that paper got published in one of the top journal of philosophy, Mind, published by Oxford University. So in that paper, Alan Turing actually described that what is actually intelligence. When we are trying to develop intelligent machines, so we first need to understand what is intelligence, what type of machine we will call is intelligent. So that was very revolutionary work at that time, and it came out as imitation work, or you can say the concept of Turing test. So we will discuss that thing. So after that thing, next development took place, and in that development, John McCarthy actually invited several researchers from different disciplines that they come together for summer break, or you can say the summer holidays, and sit together and come up with some innovative ideas and start this discipline of artificial intelligence, clear the definition of artificial intelligence, and put the components or the directions in which artificial intelligence domain needs to be explored. So they came together. These all scientists came together in 1956 at Dartmouth Conference, which is the famous conference in artificial intelligence, and it is actually the beginning of the artificial intelligence and serious development in this field. So that together they developed the proposal and said that study is they came out with the study that the study is to proceed on the basis of conjecture that every aspect of learning or any other feature of intelligence can in principle be so precisely described that a machine can be made to simulate. Okay, so basically the outcome of this conference was that they build a confidence, and they come up with a theory that machine are capable of simulating human actions. Now, how they are capable of simulating human actions, that we have to explore. In what manner we have to explore, that also we need to discuss. But they actually took this premise that these things can be done, or machine can simulate the human behavior. So after that, the things came that how do we think? What is an intelligent machine? So you can consider it as just 1 minute. Sorry for the inconvenience. So we were discussing about that. Now, out of that conference, it came out that we can simulate the human actions. So if we can simulate the human actions, then we need to define what is intelligence and how an intelligent system will behave. So now there are two things. One is, if we think about that human is intelligent, so should system behave like human, or we want our system to behave, or artificial intelligence to behave like rationally. Then again, we came into this thinking that should the thinking of the system should be like human, or should system be acting like human. So this way we observed that there are four possibilities: that system that thinks rationally, system that act rationally, systems that act like human, systems that think like human. So you can think about that. Here you have two parts. One is according to the human relation, according to the rationality. Human means that there are human emotions also, so that may be rational or may not be rational. So what type of machine we want to develop, what type of devices we want to develop under artificial intelligence. So what our target is, that we want to develop machines which are rational, which act as a rational person. So that is the present day artificial intelligence definition, which is dealing with the systems or developing systems which works on the principle of rationality, not on the principles of how a human behave, because there are billions of human, and if we behave like them, then there can be grouping also, okay, and there can be problems also. So the system must act or behave in a rational manner. So that came out of that discussion. So on the basis of this discussion, we can think about what is artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence can be defined in several ways, but I'll try to discuss it from several perspectives. So artificial intelligence can be defined as a field of computer science, which is responsible for making intelligent machine, which can make their decisions and work as humans do with their intelligence. That is one definition. Another definition is artificial intelligence is a form of intelligence, a type of technology and a field of study that seeks to develop such principles and computer systems or machines or softwares that can perform all the tasks that normally require human intelligence. So here we can think about that machine is actually the physical part or the physical existence of anything. And we also have softwares which are the logical entities. So intelligence can also be part of the softwares. Intelligence can also be part of the machine. Intelligence can also be part of the computer systems. So everything which deals with development of the principle, development of the models, development or conceptualization or development of the devices, development of the softwares, which provide intelligent services, we can consider them as output of artificial intelligence domain or the technology.
Excuse me, sir. Sir, I request you to put your presentation on slideshow.
Okay, again, sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Now, once we have cleared this concept that what is intelligence, now if human is in front of us and the computer is in front of us, how do we distinguish which one is human and which one is computer? So, or we can say that how can we say that machine has achieved human level intelligence? So for that thing, Alan Turing developed this Turing test. And according to this Turing test, suppose you have one question paper, and in one room you are sitting with closed door, and in another room you have computer system with closed door, and you are sliding the same question paper under the door to the computer and the human being, and you are getting answers from both the rooms. One is having human, another one is having computer, and the evaluator person is actually the human. So if the evaluator person is not able to recognize which one is machine and which one is human, or in which room is computer or in which room is human, then we can say that computer has developed a level of intelligence which is equivalent to human. So that was the initial target of human being, that we have to develop a computer system so that it can challenge or it can develop intelligence to a level of human being. And for that thing, people started developing games, chess games, type of systems which were exhibiting intelligence. And that's why we observed that you have IBM Blue, AlphaGo, these type of systems came initially in the development of artificial intelligence, where we were comparing that can computer be developed to such a level of intelligence where it can be equivalent to the human intelligence for a particular task, not general intelligence, but for a particular task. And that task was playing chess. When we talk about the AI concept, systems and technologies, so there are several aspects of artificial intelligence and the concept. So in artificial intelligence, you have knowledge-based systems, the systems that can reason and use a knowledge base to solve the complex problem. For example, a system in which you have that A direct to B, B direct to C, then A direct to C. So these type of logical relations, system can identify, develop them and synchronize them and take the decision. So these type of systems are called knowledge-based systems. Then we have computer vision domain of artificial intelligence, in which systems that are able to do processing, analyzing and understand digital images. For example, you have computer vision means that you are providing vision to the computer, and vision means that you are providing either image or you are providing video. So if image or video is provided, then you are processing that image and video, and then you are taking some decisions. For example, in image recognition or in character recognition, and the image which is shown here, you can see that from this image, computer is able to identify which one is car, which one is truck, which one is traffic light. So this is actually part of the computer vision research. Then you have intelligent agents. So like developing programs that have assigned goals and can perform tasks towards these goals independently and can make their own decisions doing so. So recently we understand we have ChatGPT. So ChatGPT is like intelligent software or intelligent agent in which we can put one question and we can get the answer. Then we have natural language processing, in which we have the information in the text format, and we try to retrieve that information. We can translate that information from one language to another language. We can do the sentiment analysis. We can do other type of querying or polarity analysis and other type of things from that text. Or we can summarize that text. For example, one book is given to you of 500 pages. You want to understand what is the crux of that book. So humanly, it will be very difficult to do, means it will take time, but machine can do that thing within the second. So that type of work comes under natural language processing. Then we have the affective computing, the development of systems capable of recognizing, understanding, and simulating human emotions. So it is a human computer emotion domain in which we discuss about the development and recognizing and understanding the human emotions. That machine is able to understand how humans have emotions and on what emotion basis they are taking decisions. Then you have a smart big data concept, in which we have the big data generated through our platforms like social media platform, e-governance platforms, e-commerce platforms. And then applying artificial intelligence techniques, we can do intelligent data analytics and machine learning. We also have embedded artificial intelligence systems, where we are embedding artificial intelligence capabilities in our daily products and making them smart, like washing machines, like fridge and all these things. So they are part of embedded artificial intelligence research or the work. Then you have intelligent robots. In intelligent robots, we have physical machine, and we are designing that machine to perform certain tasks. But now they are having electromechanical. They are behaving like electromechanical machines that can perform human-related tasks. So one of the famous startup in this domain is Boston Dynamics, and sometimes we see video of that thing coming into the news as well. So when we talk about the artificial intelligence development, so there are a lot of development which has taken place in artificial intelligence, and specifically in all the areas, in computer vision, in okay. So in artificial intelligence, we see that artificial intelligence is being used in text administration. It is also being used by traffic police. It is being used in facial recognition systems. Even China has developed artificial intelligence anchor, where the body of the anchor is actually the virtual assistant, and that is actually reading the news in front of the television and then providing news or being telecasted. So that type of development is taking place. You have ChatGPT. And when we talk about the matchmaking, then matchmaking is also driven by now artificial intelligence, where on the basis of the data put by the people, the perfect match is identified, and then they are given, a link is created. In healthcare domain, Stanford researchers developed an algorithm which can diagnose pneumonia better than radiologist. So they have actually done what they had Harvard Medical School, and they collected huge data set from that school and developed artificial intelligence systems. So after that development of the systems, they compared the accuracy of the results achieved by that system and the human level accuracy. So that system has actually surpassed the human level accuracy, or performing better than the human radiologist at Harvard. Artificial intelligence can also be used for several social good activities. Even United Nations is actually adopting and encouraging governments and other institutions, public institutions, to identify the problems under the Sustainable Development Goals, and then try to use artificial intelligence to reduce poverty, to reduce or to to go for the good health and well-being, quality education, gender equality, developing sustainable and smart cities and communities. So in each and every sustainable development goal, artificial intelligence is also providing its contribution or being used for its contribution. As for example, in governance process, artificial intelligence can be used for predicting poverty from the mobile phone data. Researchers, Joshua Blomstock, they came together and they collected data of Uganda, and from that data collection, they developed machine learning model, and using that machine learning model, they actually predicted which areas are poor, which areas are rich, and in which area what type of targeted delivery of governance resources should be provided. And they did it with a very less cost. Otherwise, government does what? They actually employ the survey, like in Ministry of Statistics and Planning. They conduct those surveys in 4 years or 5 years, and that employ huge amount of resources up to the level of 10,000 crore, 1,000 crore for state governments and like that. But using the technology and just by the available mobile phone data, they actually were able to develop the similar type of identification of the results. So that is the benefit of the artificial intelligence. You can see this diagram in which one is actually by the actual data collected by going home to home and collecting that data from each person, and one is actually by the artificial intelligence and just by using the mobile phone data. In mobile phone data, they used how much call the person is making, at what time that person is making the call, how much he is talking. Okay, so there were so many things in the metadata which was used by the machine learning, and they developed the model which helped the government at a reduced cost to develop targeted policy making. So you can see that this is the huge advantage of artificial intelligence, or some aspect of artificial intelligence, to give the similar outcome in a very less time as well as with very less resources. Artificial intelligence can also be used in the climate change. So it can be used in the mitigation, it can be used in adaptation, and it can help us in building early warning systems, projecting digitalized events, reducing greenhouse gas emissions intensity, improving energy efficiency, reducing greenhouse effects. So there are several, I would say there is not a single area, because in each area we are developing some sort of data, and wherever data is generated, some knowledge is there. And when we apply machine learning or artificial intelligence, we can get better results. We can make good decisions using that data, and then make the society or solve that problem for the betterment of the society. When we talk about social and ethical issues, then we have several issues associated with artificial intelligence. We have loss of control, we have security and privacy related issues. They are actually general issues. They also come in health sector also. There are employment related issues, fairness issue, responsibility issue, and explainability issues. So when we talk about the loss of control, it is like that since machine is making its own decisions, then what is the use of human being then? If machine is doing the surgery, then what is the use of the doctors? If machine is doing everything, then what is the use of the doctor? So in that case, the human resources employed in one particular sector, for example, in healthcare, they will face that we are losing the control. We are not in control of the process. We are not in control of the component, or we are not in actually the control. Machine is in the control. So they will feel that type of, so this type of ethical issue is there. How do we counter is? That is one important aspect we need to address. Then we have security and privacy issues. So we have intelligent systems, and they take data from the real world. And if they are taking data of the patient data, you can consider, or hospital administration data you are considering. So hacking can be there, some privacy issues can be there. So we have to take care of those issues whenever we are dealing with artificial intelligence in the healthcare sector or in any other particular sector. So we need to develop hacking proof such systems. Recently, we saw one example of the AIIMS where data was hacked and they actually put the data on the ransom, and they forced the AIIMS to satisfy their demand. So that type of problems can be there. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, and big data can kill our privacy, and they can actually, when data is collected, so they can actually try to manipulate our thought process or our decisions. Then we have unemployment related issues. As I discussed that Stanford has developed that level of software system which is performing better than the radiologist. Then what will happen to that type of jobs? So that type of issue is there. Sometimes things are very complicated in real world. They think but they are complicated, they cannot be. But sometimes the task can be replaced by machine, or difficult task can be replaced by machine. But in time to come, there is a threat to the jobs.
I request all the participants to kindly stay logged in. There are some technical glitches.
So these type of issues we can face related to the unemployment. Now, the most important issues which artificial intelligence poses in front of us is fairness, bias, and inequality related issues. And they are very important to address. As India is a diverse society, so we have several sections in our society. Major sections we can consider, but there are other sections also which you can distribute on caste, you can distribute on the basis of the religion and linguistic. So all these things are there in India. And when we talk about the systems, artificial intelligence, they make decisions on the basis of the data which is provided to them. So if the data is not representative to the system, if for example, one type of particular patients are coming and you are putting the data to the artificial intelligence system, and then that system is making decisions. So that decision may or may not be good for the other type of people or other type of patient. So in that case, we need to develop systems, artificial intelligence systems, which are fair, systems are being used in sector. Then you have the ethical issues related to, for example, you have employed one robot in the robot has to take the decision. So what type of decision that robot should take? So if we consider self-driving car, similar type of robot, and if we put the condition in front of the robot that you have two cases. In one case, the car will continue ahead and drive through a pedestrian crossing ahead. This will result in the death of the criminal. Okay. And the second case is a car will swerve and crash into the concrete barrier. This will result in the death of the male executive who is driving the car. So the what type of decision car will take. So similar type of ethical dilemmas can come into the robotic healthcare sector. So we need to provide rational and objective approach with proper representative data available to the artificial does not cause any harm or loss of life. About the biases, so we have very good example of the biases that we can think about. That is Justice System of America developed one software, Compass, which is using artificial intelligence, concepts. And this justice system Compass actually given data, and on the basis of data, it created the profile and put the score or risk related score to the individuals. So if you see in the first diagram, you have two people. One is James Rivelli, another one is Robert Cannon. So the Robert Cannon is given risk 6, and James Rivelli is getting of committing the crime, risk is 3. It means Rivelli is less problematic as compared to the Robert. But you can see they have done the same type of crime. They have committed the same crime of shoplifting type of crimes, but the score given to by the artificial intelligence system to both of them is different. Reason is because there is less data available of there is high data available of the black people in USA in the jail. So on the basis of that data, artificial intelligence system is having unrepresentative data, and that's why it is giving more risk to the person who is a colored person. And if you think like this, that if this thing is applied and artificial intelligence systems behave like that, then they may create problems in the society, law and order situations. And now if you put the things differently, and if you put a black lady, then what will happen is the risk goes to the 8. So you can think here that artificial intelligence system is not justiciable. It is not working the data that was collected in the real world. So we need to develop systems which are inclusive and provide equal treatment for similar type of crimes. So that is a problematic thing. Systems. Then you have the responsibility. For example, if artificial intelligence systems you have employed, then who is responsible if the systems in the operation or in some operation of healthcare systems take a wrong decision, who will be responsible? Establish the things properly, that if some decision is that is important. And that's why you have explainability crisis, and you have the domain of explainable AI which is coming up, and which is actually trying to interpret each and every decision artificial intelligence systems are making. So these are some of the issues.
I stand before you not as an expert, but as a concerned citizen. One of the 400,000 people who marched in the streets of New York on Sunday. The billions of others around the world who want to solve our climate crisis.
As an actor, I pretend for a living. I play fictitious characters, often solving fictitious problems.
Is the screen visible?
Mankind has looked at climate change in that same way.
So the screen is not visible.
Pretend
You
that
can
climate
see
change isn't real.
Okay,
Somehow
just
make
wait.
it go away. But I think we all know better than that now.
Is it visible now?
No, sir.
I think it is saying that it is visible.
Yes, sir. Now it's visible.
Okay.
I stand before you not as an expert, but as a concerned citizen. One of the 400,000 people who marched in the streets of New York on Sunday. The billions of others around the world who want to solve our climate crisis.
As an actor, I pretend for a living. I play fictitious characters, often solving fictitious problems.
I hope you have listened this video or watched this video for the conversation.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what I'm trying to convey with this video is that artificial intelligence is so powerful that you can have a text or you can have any guidance or instructions, and then you can put those instructions in negative or positive manner in to anybody, and that person will talk like some eminent personality or somebody else. So it means you can replicate the content just by creating that meta avatar of that person, and you text you want. So that is the problematic thing again by the artificial intelligence. So we need to understand and come up with the solution for this thing also.
I stand before.
There is some problem, I think.
I stand.
Yeah. Okay. So in artificial intelligence role in healthcare can be specifically used in improving the decision making of the hospital administration, providing the associated care by developing personalized medicine, by diving into the drug discovery mechanism using artificial intelligence. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Giving a superior experience. So these type of means each and every aspect of our healthcare system and problems associated with that systems or the improvement in all the component or their interactions can be achieved by artificial intelligence. But when we are achieving those goals, we need to address social and ethical issues associated with artificial intelligence if that is deployed in the healthcare environment. So we can use artificial intelligence in radiology, so it will improve efficiency and reduce human error. We can use artificial intelligence in drug discovery, where it will make the automated identification of the new potential therapies from existing. We can identify the patient at risk. It will help us in early diagnosis of disease, risk, and the reduce hospitalization cost. We can also do the primary care with the help of artificial intelligence, where automated patient advice on the basis of questions and medical issues via voice or chat-based interactive system can be done. So these are the similar ethical issues in the health sector also, which we have discussed. The only thing is the amount of damage or amount of benefit will be done whenever we are developing. So ethical guidelines by the responsible authorities in the medical sector needs to be developed so that a responsible artificial intelligence can be integrated with the healthcare sector. Now the next is one concept which I would like to discuss: singularity. We always come with this question that can machine become intelligent? So people or futurists, they are discussing about that what level of intelligent machines we are developing and at what pace the intelligence is being developed in the machine, and what is the development of the human intellect. So some of them have predicted that around 2040 the machine intelligence will surpass the human intelligence. So this point when the machine intelligence will surpass the human intelligence is called singularity. Okay, so that is around 2040 people are discussing according to the current pace of development in artificial intelligence and machine learning. So thank you very much. This is from my side.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative and fruitful session. I request all the participants to post their queries in the chat box. I request all the participants to post their queries in the chat box. Sir, I request you to stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. If there are no participants, we'll proceed to the felicitation ceremony. There is one question.
Yeah.
How can a machine be intelligent than human mind? From Dr. Vidhi.
So this looks very simple questions, but very difficult to address, because when we were discussing the same question in 1960, people were saying that machine cannot do anything, you cannot develop these type of machines. But now, after a lot of development, 50, 60 or 80 years of development, you can see that machine is quite capable of developing things or doing things which are very difficult for human being. Like they can play chess better than human being. They can play, they can do several things which are better than human beings. As I gave you the example of the radiologist, even they are doing better job in self-driving cars. So the question is that human has huge potential. Like we have several dimensions of human mind. We have a working dimension which help us to do daily work. We also have a dimension which is spiritual dimension, cognitive dimension. So at that level, machine may or may not be able to achieve that type of capabilities. The way we are going, the way the development is taking place. So we have basically two types of intelligence. One is called general intelligence, another one is called specific intelligence or weak intelligence. So right now, artificial intelligence at the weak level, where we are trying to identify a specific task and then addressing those tasks or developing systems for them. It is still a long way to go for developing general intelligence, which will include the common sense type of thing as human have. But means it is open question. We cannot say that machine can be greater than human mind, or human mind can means machine cannot achieve the level of intelligence of human mind. So if humans have to go beyond machines, so we have to explore the dimensions which machine cannot do, like emotional, spiritual dimension of our mind. But if we talk about the working related dimensions, then machine, I think, will be able to do that thing. I hope I have answered your question.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Sir, can you throw some light on the use of deep neural networks in healthcare?
Yeah, actually, since the audience is very specific to the healthcare and not from the mathematics or that background, so that's why I did not touch that part. I went to the generalized things. So, but I'll tell you about that. We have actually deep learning concept, which started around 2005. Before that, we were doing the machine learning. And before that, we were doing artificial intelligence. So machine, the subpart of the artificial intelligence, and deep learning is subpart of the machine learning. So in deep learning, what happens that in 1960, 70, 80, 90s, we did not have data, huge data. And we did not have the computational power also. So the neural networks based approach of doing intelligent work was not very much appreciated. But in 2005, when we had the huge amount of data obtained from the internet and social interactions through social media platforms and huge capability in the computational power, then we employed artificial neural networks techniques, and we developed several layers of those neurons in those artificial intelligence techniques. So that deep neural network connections are considered as deep learning approaches, and they are the mostly used or mostly successful techniques in machine learning at present, because whatever intelligence revolution which we are witnessing, that is actually driven by the deep learning algorithms. It can be computational convolution neural network. It can be variants of convolution neural network. It can be recurrent neural network, long-term short memory. So there are several things which are several deep learning techniques which are employed in different domains, like in computer vision, like in natural language processing. But whatever development we are witnessing, that is the outcome of the deep learning approaches. I hope I have answered the question.
Yes, sir. So there is another question. Does any artificial intelligence software available for free to use?
Yeah, ChatGPT is the best software right now. Everything behind is artificial intelligence. You can ask anything, it will give you the answer. It is based on the latest technological development, large language models. And but for artificial intelligence, you have to first identify which type of service you want. For example, you want to type something and you want to check whether the typing is right or wrong, or you want to improve the comprehension which you have typed. Then you can use Grammarly, because each and every software right now, what is happening, they are integrating artificial intelligence into it in the background. So whatever service you are using, first you have to identify, and then you have to search which artificial intelligence software is available in that domain to solve that problem.
So ChatGPT, is it feasible?
Feasible in the sense?
As in, is it freely available for common people to use?
Yeah, it is free available. You have Google account, you just write ChatGPT, log in through that Google account, and it will give you the prompt, and then you can ask any questions. Just wait, I'll do in front of you. Okay, I share my screen, and then you can do it. So this is my screen. I think it is visible.
No, sir. Yes, sir.
So you write ChatGPT. You will get this one. Click on the first link. Then you have to log in. So since it was already open, so it has directly opened it. Otherwise, it will ask you, you can log in from the Gmail. And then once login is complete, it will give you this prompt. So you can ask your question here. For example, what question you would like to ask in medical field? Can you ask any question?
How to collect all the data and how much data is required?
How to
collect the data, the OPD and
select data
from the outpatient department and
from the
OPD
and
make an algorithm or doing any.
Sorry, your voice is not clear actually. And take
an algorithm, make an algorithm
to predict the occurrence of certain diseases.
To predict. So I'm just writing this one, okay? So you can specifically write. I hope you are watching.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So this is actually, this answer may or may not be accurate according to your requirement. Okay. But it will give you answer, and some important aspect you can get from this answer. But definitely nobody can say that answer is accurate. That human mind has to understand which part is okay, which part is not okay, or what sense it is making.
Thank you, sir. Sir, according to you, how foolproof can AI be? Like, does it depend on the data load that we feed?
Yes, absolutely. Because data is one of the most important aspect of artificial intelligence systems, specifically in machine learning, which is actually driving the artificial intelligence revolution. So if your data is not representative, data is not accurate, data is not good, then the decision it will make on the basis of that data, they will not be good or will not be useful. So it is very important that we provide data, and that data should also be representative. Otherwise, the decision it will, or the answers it will give, they will not be good.
Thank you, sir. Is Microsoft Bing similar to ChatGPT?
No, Bing is actually the search engine. Bing is like your Google. Both of them are search engines. But ChatGPT is your question answer artificial intelligence solution. So, for example, when you are searching anything in the Google or Microsoft, get collection of the results. Then you use your mind to identify which one is good for you. You read several links and then you identify that this link is good for me. But in ChatGPT, what happens? You directly write the question and it gives you the answer. That answer at the moment, because it is in the initial phase, that may or may not be good, or that may not be accurate. But in time to come, accuracy will improve. So both of them are different. You can consider it as that Google or Bing are actually giving you the lot of information. Now you have to identify which one is useful for you. But ChatGPT is actually giving you the crisp, direct answer to that question by not collecting the information. All the things it is doing at the back end and giving you the crisp information. That is about ChatGPT.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, I request you to
Welcome.
stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. We will now proceed to the felicitation ceremony. I request Dr. To accept this certificate of appreciation from the Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to share some of the related aspects of artificial intelligence and healthcare. I hope it was useful to everyone.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, sir. We can have a detailed session on further about this session. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Can I leave?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Bye. Take care.
So moving on, it takes immense pleasure to introduce the second speaker of the day, Dr. Sushi Karanakuppe. Dr. Sushi Karanakuppe is an MDS and PhD in public health dentistry. She is an associate professor in the Department of Public Health Dentistry, VS Dental College and Hospital, Bengaluru. She is a professionally trained life skills facilitator. She has completed her PhD in the Department of Public Health Dentistry in 2017 under the guidance of Dr. Hiramat SS in Life Course Epidemiology of Chronic Oral Diseases among Adolescents from Rajiv Gandhi University of Healthcare Sciences, Bengaluru, India. She is the course creator and instructor of a first of its kind value-added course in India on life skills for the patient-centered care introduced in India in January 2022 for the dental house surgeons at A.B. Shetty Memorial Institute of Dental Sciences, NITTE University, Bangalore, India. She is presently a fellow of India Health Policy and Systems Research 2023 cohort and initiative of the Health Systems Transformation Platform, supported by Sir Ratan Tata Trust, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Access Health International. During her fellowship, she has explored AI ethics. Ma'am, we are eager to hear from you, and I request you to kindly take over the session. All the questions will be taken up at the end of the session.
Thank you, Deepa, for your kind introduction. Initially, before I start, I would like to congratulate the previous speaker on enlightening all the health sciences stream on the artificial intelligence. And also I would like to appreciate the Department of Oral Medicine headed by Dr. Rashmi in taking up such an important and contemporary subject and trying and making department in making its effort to disseminate this knowledge is highly appreciable. And thank you very much for inviting me. I will share my screen. Please let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'll put it in the slideshow manner. Yes. Self. Yeah. All of you now have gone through the basics of artificial intelligence, and the speaker also covered how its applications are essential for us to understand in the healthcare systems. The concept of ethics, it is not new for artificial intelligence. The ethical guidelines which exist already as such should be understood in the context of this emerging challenges of this 21st century. So 21st century is a very exciting time period for human civilization, of course, but it is also an era where it is posed with new challenges. So the emerging challenges of 21st centuries are mainly broadly, there are, if we identify climate change is one emerging challenge, which the human society is still not coming in terms with. And an equally important aspect is the artificial intelligence. And artificial intelligence actually is a very challenging technology for human race, because the pace at which it is progressing is surpassing all the experiences of the humanity with other human invented technologies. So earlier, if we had to anticipate any radical changes by the use of a new technology, would be like in the time frame of 5 years to 10 years. Earlier than that, during industrial revolution and all, it may even take decades to see the outcomes or to see the ultimate changes due to a new technology. But with artificial intelligence, the uniqueness with which is also a challenge for us, is that it is the speed and the velocity at which this technology, the artificial intelligence, is progressing. You just even cannot keep a 5 years timeline for us to prepare something for it. You know, it is 5 years is too long. So it could be every month, or it could be every day, which is something that is what the humanity is actually trying its best to adapt to. That is how the pace at which the artificial intelligence is progressing is not matching with the pace at which the humans come together collectively in order to frame the regulations and in order to frame some of the laws and ethical considerations. So the collective efforts of the humans, the speed which for us, it takes us to collectively come together to do something about it, is not matching the speed at which the artificial intelligence is progressing. So that is the biggest challenge in front of us. And being part of the healthcare system, we cannot be isolated from this emerging technology which is happening in front of us. So healthcare and biomedical research, and all of us in different streams of the healthcare, we are part of this entire system in the society, and the artificial intelligence is having a greater impact on this. So basically what we need to understand here is that artificial intelligence generally, in simple words, you have seen you have listened to the earlier speaker, it just refers to the performance of these computer programs and how do they perform these tasks but these tasks were commonly associated with intelligent beings. Now computer programs are doing it. That's generally what we mean by artificial intelligence. And the basis of all this AI is the algorithms which are responsible for performing these tasks. So they are designed to operate with varying levels of autonomy. And when they perform these tasks, the differentiating factor from other technologies is that they do it on themselves. That's how they are built. So there is a level of autonomy. This technology, the machines which are learning this technology, the aspect of artificial intelligence, what we call machine learning, is the autonomy it possesses. That means it can do by itself without any human interference or human supervision also. So that is where the ethical considerations are important for us. That's where the ethical considerations become crucial. So when we think about this level of autonomy, we need to first understand broadly which are the types of AI technologies which have a greater implications on healthcare systems. So machine learning applications which are commonly being made use in the healthcare system are the pattern recognition, natural language processing, signal processing, and expert systems. So they recognize the patterns using the algorithms, and they may help you in predicting or making the diagnosis. By using natural language processing also, they will collect data, usable data from different sources related to health field and try to again incorporate them in the decision-making algorithms. All of these machine learning applications are used. And these applications they use this statistical and mathematical modeling techniques. After they collect the data, they define and analyze the data using the mathematical modeling techniques. And when they do this, they are able to guide certain tasks or perform certain tasks, and also they are able to make predictions. And that is why the use of AI is so efficient in diagnosis and treatment planning. Machine learning, as the previous speaker was telling us, it is a type of artificial intelligence, and the way how the machines learn from the data can be broadly categorized into these three levels. This is important for us to understand, because when we want to apply the ethical considerations, we need to know how the system actually is working beneath all of this using AI. So it can be either a supervised learning, how they are doing the learning from the data, the machine learning, could be a supervised learning where a human is at the control level and he or she is the one who decides what data should be fed to the machine for it to learn. In another category, that is in unsupervised learning, there is no supervision of the human. So the type of data it should be fed to the machine, the wisdom or the intelligence of the humans or the experts is not there. So the data will just collect the information from all sources and make its own unsupervised learning by analyzing that data. Reinforced learning is also another category of the machine learning, where there is this system called deep learning, which is also called deep structural learning. It is important that deep structural learning is the one which is responsible for changes which we are seeing in our upcoming application tools in the healthcare, also in the non-healthcare, in the systems, what we are seeing. It is a very complex set of data. What we call big data is required for it in terabytes and zettabytes. Such large quantities of data are fed into the system, and they predict or perform the tasks and do all this learning. That is called deep learning. It can be either supervised, unsupervised, or semi-supervised. So basically, large amounts of data are to be fed into the model. So why I'm putting this in front of you is because we need to know how big is the scope for inculcating the ethical considerations, because if the machine is learning from data available from so much of wide sources and such large amounts of data, and we don't know whether it is relevant or not relevant, because deep learning can happen by combination of any of these learning methods. It need not always be a supervised learning. And when we think about AI and the healthcare, it is a very, very important advantage that AI is benefiting us, because it improves the delivery of healthcare. It improves the prevention, diagnosis, and treatment of the diseases. Already it is making its progress, and they are already using in high-income countries. So in high-income countries, already we are seeing the AI benefit. So AI is definitely benefiting in high-income countries, but not in low and middle-income countries because of the lack of infrastructure. So this is possible because we have the availability of data now. The information and data is available, and the machines are able to do this, by using all of this usable data. So which are the usable data the AI is using in terms of healthcare data? So it is using from wearable technologies. For example, wearable technologies can be those equipments which are used inside the body or on the body, or which are near the body. For example, your smartphones or the other equipments which we use, like Alexa. These are all near the body. On the body is like the watches which you wear, which have artificial intelligence, and those equipments which are inserted in the body. All these wearable technologies, the artificial intelligence can collect data. It can, AI and machine learning can also collect genetic information generated by genome sequencing. The electronic healthcare records are providing a very big source of data for AI to process. The radiological images, again, this is a very big source of usable data. And data is even coming from hospital rooms, because most of the hospital rooms, even the ICUs and the wards, now they have the artificial intelligent equipments and softwares which collect data systematically, and that also becomes a data source for AI to collect and analyze this data. So there is a large set of usable data which is coming from healthcare, and in many, many occasions we still don't know what happens to that data later, right? We might be having electronic health records in our hospital, say for our improving our efficiency and providing better and fast and convenient service to the patients. But that is our institutional requirement and aims and objectives. But what happens to the data which is available for AI? That regulation is still not very established. So when we think of application of AI in healthcare, there are some emerging trends which are very importantly predicted. Which are these emerging trends? The first one is the evolving role of the patient in clinical care. See, what's happening is, because of the artificial intelligence, which is integrated in all our social media and in our smartphones, it is becoming easier for the platforms to build self-management applications. So we have a lot of digital self-management applications. So if you download an app which helps you self-monitor yourself, especially when it comes to non-communicable diseases like diabetes and the hypertension. For this, there are applications which help an individual in managing themselves, but all these applications depend on the accurate information provided by that individual. So what information you provide, for example, some set of questions, if it is asking you, the accuracy of your information to those answers may decide the outcome which these apps will give you. So, but there are these digital self-management applications which are becoming more and more available, increasing the role of patient in clinical care. So earlier, and even now in low and middle income countries here in our country, in our context, we see that patients come to us when they have a problem. Whenever they have a health problem, they come to the health facility to seek expert health advice or treatment plan. But during COVID-19, we saw that it was not possible. So there was a shift from hospital to home-based care. Even in a low and middle income country like India, we saw that we were trying to make use of telemedicine or teledentistry to provide home-based care. So experts sitting in health facility using the telemedicine will provide that expert care for the patient who is there at home. So the role of patient in clinical care and shift from hospital to home-based care are the emerging trends because of the application of AI. And also, the another important aspect is how the AI has extended this clinical care beyond the formal healthcare system. For example, if you take the mental health, now mental health care is not just provided in the healthcare system facility, healthcare facility itself. Mental health is now incorporated, can be provided in non-healthcare system, like in the workplace. So workplace and in the education system, like in schools and colleges, mental health can be provided by using AI. So the extended clinical care is also another emerging trend, which may become more and more wider. And AI is also very useful for resource allocation and prioritization. This comes in the management and planning in the health systems, including institutions, and for governments and organizations. AI will help us to identify those areas which are resource scarce areas. Which are those areas in the geographical location which do not have resources, which need reallocation of the resources, and which groups of people require the medical attention on priority, is assisted very well by AI. But the crucial aspect here is the data which the AI uses for this decision about resource allocation. So if the data is prejudiced or biased, suppose the data which is collected from, say, social media or internet like Google and other search engines, then if the data is only representing population from higher socioeconomic strata, then the data is not representative of all the people, because or not all people may have digital technology with them. Not all of them may possess a smartphone for their data. So that is where the representation also could be a challenge. So when we say use of data which is generated for the electronic health records, the electronic health records data can be very extensively used for biomedical research, for quality improvement, and for optimization of clinical care. And it is also expected to play an important role in genomics, because a lot of genomics data from genome sequencing is analyzed by AI. So this can improve the human understanding of the disease, and it can also help us to identify new disease biomarkers. So this is basically the implications of AI in healthcare research areas are in these two. Of course, there are other areas where AI can come up with its applications, but right now the emerging trends, what we are seeing, what is given in the literature is basically on these two areas in health research. When we take AI in public health and public health surveillance system, it is making a big progress in it. Even for health promotion, what is called micro-targeting can be done by AI. Those clusters of population in the community which require any health promotion programs, the AI applications are good at collecting information and identifying such clusters which are already deprived of any health promotion programs. So that is called micro-targeting. So it helps to micro-target those populations which are at high risk and also those who are marginalized, that is underprivileged. It also helps in disease prevention, because AI is very good at collecting and analyzing data and identifying the risk factors, the environmental risk factors, especially for which are causing the disease, and helps in disease prevention. Surveillance including the prediction-based surveillance and emergency preparedness, has the AI role in it. See, what we call is the digital traces and many other examples like the Google flu trends. The Google flu trend, the Google search engine used the data of the people who are buying medicines for flu, those who are showing the symptoms of flu, and made a map of that. Google flu trend was given out. And earlier in the initial Google flu trend, which when it came out, it was quite accurate, but later it did not give an accurate measurement, again because of the overestimation by the AI system. The other examples are Health Map and EpiBrain by WHO. EpiBrain is a platform which is created by World Health Organization, where it gives large sets of data available for the experts and public health people in the health system to access this large set of data and make use of it to predict and prepare themselves for pandemic. So both for pandemic prediction as well as for preparedness, EpiBrain platform, which uses AI, was set up by WHO. So there are a lot of scope for AI in public health and public health surveillance, even in the outbreak response. For example, in the COVID-19 outbreak response of the health systems also can be assessed by AI by doing the surveillance on the people, like contact sourcing and how are they moving from one place to another place. Are they in close proximity with the person who is infected with that infectious disease in such manner? But again, it has ethical considerations such as how, because it impinges on the privacy and confidentiality of the individuals, because once the governments and other third parties obtain the AI technologies like this and try to make use of this for surveillance, initially it will be for health purposes, and later eventually what happens is it gets the use is used for surveillance of the people, for monitoring and regulating, which we may impinge on the human rights aspect of it, because every citizen, especially those who are living in secular democracies, every individual guarded by the democratic constitution will have the basic right of privacy. So even the government cannot have the right to monitor and continuously do the monitoring of an individual's whereabouts. Okay, so this has a very important implications. We should be aware of it, because in the interest of the public health, these AI applications may come up, but how they are used later is also a very important aspect. That's why, with all this background of AI in different areas of healthcare and research, ethical challenges are crucial. So ethical challenges, basically we can categorize them to be impacting on these three broader areas. Ethical challenges are faced by the healthcare systems, because the healthcare systems will gradually move towards making AI in every aspect of it. And those who are practitioners, like providers, medical providers, and all other providers, could be doctors, nurses, or dentists, or any other practitioners of health sciences, when they are using this AI technology, they should also be aware of the ethical considerations. And thirdly, the beneficiaries of all these services, the medical and public health services, the beneficiaries are nothing but they are the people, our patients. They also should be aware of the ethical challenges, because the data is coming basically from them. So how is their data used? For what purpose? What are the rights, patient rights, when it comes to AI-based applications used for their services? So in all these three broader areas, we should be cognizant and we should make efforts to understand the ethical challenges. Here, when we are trying to consider the ethics of it for AI, the first thing we should be very thorough with is the ethical principles which apply broadly to all the healthcare systems. It's not that only because of AI technologies the ethical principles have arisen. The ethical principles which are already applicable should first be on priority basis be applied on AI, and then at the same time, equally important is the human rights obligations, because AI is used very widely by the population, by all the stakeholders, not just by the common people in the community, but the other important stakeholders like providers, government, and third parties, and many corporate companies which are using. The human rights obligations should be given the highest priority, because the concept of equity, the equitable distribution of health services, and the representation of the data properly to all the people, not just those who are living in the good facility and resourceful areas, becomes very important, because AI's opportunities and challenges are very linked with each other. So therefore, there are 6 key ethical principles which have been identified for AI in healthcare. These are the 6 principles which are given by World Health Organization in its ethical guidelines for AI in healthcare. These are protecting human autonomy, promoting human well-being and safety and the public interest, ensuring transparency, explainability, and intelligibility, fostering responsibility and accountability, ensuring inclusiveness and equity, and promoting AI that is responsive and sustainable. So it's a very important aspect that all of these 6 ethical principles are incorporated. The first one is human autonomy. So if you remember in your undergraduate studies in any healthcare stream, I'm sure that ethics is covered under the subject of public health. So the same concept of human autonomy becomes even more important when we are using AI. So the basic principle of autonomy, it requires that the use of AI or any other computational systems, it should not undermine human autonomy. So what we are doing here is, you know from the previous lecture that artificial intelligence performs with different levels of its own autonomy. It has its autonomy. So when we are considering an ethical consideration, the first ethical consideration is the human autonomy should be protected and should be given the first priority next to the machine autonomy. So in the context of healthcare, it means that humans should remain in the control of healthcare systems and medical decisions. So there should not be any doubt in it, because how much ever the AI might be good at collecting information and analyzing it and coming to predictive models using statistical mathematical models, it lacks something called wisdom and knowledge. Even knowledge, it may not have. It might predict, and it might be good at analyzing the data and predicting it, but the knowledge and the expertise which is gained by the experts in the medical system and healthcare systems through their years of experience, only they can provide their wisdom when it comes to decision making. So humans should always remain in the control of healthcare systems and medical decisions, even when they are assisted by AI. And when it comes to human autonomy, it's not just the medical providers who should have the autonomy. It's also for the patients who are subjecting themselves for that particular service. So whenever you are taking valid informed consent, and if your procedure involves AI in it, you should have that to be included in the informed consent. And this informed consent should be verified by the legal experts. It should have your informed consent of the institution. If you're preparing anything for AI applicable procedures, it should have an appropriate legal framework. So we should start working on it. We cannot just be excited about having a new AI application in our hospital and start using it, and don't even mention it in the valid informed consent, and don't take the consent of the patient, but that consent should also have appropriate legal frameworks. So this is about the first principle. It's crucial. Only after that, we go to the next, that is, how do we promote human well-being and safety? So safety and well-being of the patient at the healthcare facility, and also larger public health, the public interests also, people who are in the community. So the basic principle here is the AI technologies should not harm people. That's it. So this should be underwritten in that AI technology, which is performing any procedure or whatever. It has to first has a premise of not harming people. So the designers, those who are designing the AI technology, they should satisfy regulatory requirements. So any country or any institution, if it is trying to build an application with a third party, it should frame first regulatory requirements and ask that AI technology designers to first satisfy the regulatory requirements for safety, accuracy, and efficacy. So these are three very important indicators in any safety regulatory requirements. And also quality control measures in practice should also be incorporated in it, because once you develop an AI technology for healthcare and start using it in practice, quality control measures should be there. And not just during the designing, we have to do it, because AI keeps improving over time. We should incorporate quality improvement over time. So both of these things should be there while designing it and when it is used in practice. What happens is once we build something using AI and we are using it, there should be some mechanism which should prevent harm. So AI should not result in any mental or physical harm that could be avoided. So if we anticipate or if we come to know after using it that it is resulting in mental or physical harm, we should already have an alternative practice or an approach which does not use this particular system. So human safety and public interests are the second one. The third ethical principle is ensuring transparency, explainability, and intelligibility. This is important because AI technologies are very intelligible, of course, but they should also be understandable. Those who are developing, those who are using that, for example, medical professionals, and those who are receiving it, such as patients and users, and even those who are regulating, framing regulations and policies, all of these stakeholders should be able to understand the technology which is being used. That is why the first crucial aspect is to improve the transparency of AI technology. So how do we improve the transparency of the AI technology? Is to make the AI technology more explainable and more transparent, that is available for everyone, and it should also be able to explain it and people should be able to understand it. And in order to increase the transparency, what more can be done is to have meaningful public consultation and debate. So before it goes for design and deployment, even at that preliminary stage, when the plan is ready, it should be released for the public to have their opinion and arrange for debates on that, how the technology is designed and how it should or should not be used. Unless we make sure of this at the preliminary stage, later it is not going to be possible to have transparency and explainability in it. So it is crucial that those who are in the policy-making position in any institution, that is those who are in the governance and leadership positions, should be aware of this. So the technology should also be explainable according to the capacity of those to whom they are explained. That means if you are explaining it to the patient or to the public or the community, they should be able to understand it. So the technology should be able to be explainable. So this is the third important ethical principle. And the fourth ethics which we need to really consider is responsibility and accountability. See, all of us humans, we require clear, transparent specification of the tasks that systems can perform. So unless we have clear and transparent specifications for the tasks we are performing, it creates ambiguity and it does not allow the providers and the patients to come to terms with what they are dealing with. And also the conditions under which they can achieve the desired performance. So what is the context and what are the conditions under which you will be able to use this technology? That is an extremely important thing. So for example, responsibility means you can assure responsibility of the AI which you are using by what is called human warranty. You provide human warranty. That means you allow the patients and the clinicians to evaluate the development and deployment of AI technologies. So it is not that only the designers and the machine itself through deep learning is developing the technology. It has to be warranted by the humans who are involved, who are stakeholders in it. The two important stakeholders are the patients who receive that AI technology in their healthcare and the providers and the clinicians who are providing this. So both should be involved and allowed to evaluate this development and deployment of AI technology. This is called human warranty. So responsibility can be assured by doing this procedure. And it requires application of regulatory principles, both in the upstream and downstream of the algorithm by establishing points of human supervision. So human supervision, that is going back to the first ethical principle of having human autonomy over each step of AI design and deployment in healthcare is very, very crucial. And that's how we can even establish responsibility for it. So those who have done this during the upstream or downstream applicability of the algorithms, they become responsible for its validity. So that's how you establish responsibility. And there should also be accountability, because if something goes wrong with an AI technology, of course, you took all of these measures you have developed, but still something might still go wrong with an AI technology. There should be somebody who should be accountable for that wrong. We cannot just say the machine did it and nobody is accountable for it. So appropriate mechanisms should be available for questioning. So the stakeholders should be able to question it. There should be redressal systems, just like how we have consumer courts. Consumer rights are there. In the same manner, there should be a redressal for individuals and groups that are adversely affected by decisions which are based only on algorithms. So that is why we should have accountability also to be set in when we are developing AI and when we are using AI in healthcare. The fifth important ethical considerations which we should ensure is inclusivity and equity. As I was telling you, there are many marginalized populations like scheduled caste and scheduled tribes, indigenous tribal population, women groups, and lower socioeconomic income, poor and underprivileged people, and sexual minorities who are already marginalized by the society. The AI should not increase this gap in equity, right? So AI should be designed to encourage the widest possible appropriate equitable use and access. So it should be equitable, it should be accessible, and it should be appropriate irrespective of any of these aspects like age, sex, gender, income, race, or ability or other characteristics protected under human rights codes. That's why human rights obligations become an integral part of the ethical considerations for AI, because AI technology, like any other technology, should be shared as widely as possible, of course, but because it has unsupervised reinforced learning, and deep learning does that by itself with such large amount of big data, it is a challenging issue to make sure that this equity and inclusiveness is appropriately included, because biases seep in. See, what happens is in the needs and contexts of high income settings, some AI technologies are developed. So mostly AI technologies for healthcare right now are used, and they are developed using the data from the high income countries. But the data which is coming from the population of the high income countries will differ in its context and needs compared to lower and middle income countries. Our socio-demographic features are different, and the diversity and the capacity of the lower and middle income countries are different compared to the contexts of the higher income countries. So when we are borrowing the AI technology which is built for that population here in the technology transfer, we cannot just directly and blindly use it, because it will be with bias. I hope you understand this concept. One example which comes to my mind is the oximeters which we use, pulse oximeters, that was again developed in high income countries based on, I mean, they were all tried, and trials were made on the white race, the people with white skin. But when these pulse oximeters were borrowed and we started using in the other Asian countries, we have darker skin shade, and it was giving the wrong oxygen saturation measures. So wrong in the sense that we were giving lesser oxygen because they were sensitive for the skin melanin content. So my oxygen saturation might be 2-3 units lesser compared to a very fair skinned pulse ox, because the pulse oximeter was developed in that context for that characteristic. So the required oxygen levels, which I am supposed to get, I won't get because of the bias which was incorporated in that technology. So that is how crucial it is, because in every details we have to see what is the data which the AI is using to prepare and develop that technology which is doing. So data representativeness is extremely important. And AI technologies should not encode biases to the disadvantage of identifiable groups, especially groups that are already marginalized. See, in COVID-19 also what we saw was because the children were not able to attend schools, they came up with online classes and all this, but they did not see already the rural population and the marginalized groups like the indigenous groups, the tribal population and lower socioeconomic group. They did not have smartphones in their families. So there was a greater digital gap already existing, which was not taken into consideration. That is why it is important that bias is included when we are developing the AI technologies. And also when we are borrowing it from other countries, we should make sure that it is appropriately corrected. The power dynamics also should be understood. See, AI tools and systems should be monitored and evaluated to identify the disproportionate effects on specific groups of people. Like, for example, when just the power dynamics between a provider, that is a doctor, a healthcare provider, and the patient, usually the power lies with the doctor, not the patient. So AI should not increase that power of the healthcare provider and decrease the power dynamic of the patient. So no technology, whether AI or otherwise, should sustain or worsen the existing forms of bias and discrimination. So those who are not literate on AI, those who do not have any awareness about AI, they will definitely go down in the power dynamics because they will not be able to understand, or they will not be even be empowered to question it, because they're not even aware of it. How can they even question it? So power dynamics also is a very important aspect of this ethical principle of inclusivity and equitability. The last ethical principle is promoting AI that is responsive and sustainable. So responsiveness and sustainability of the AI is also the important ethical consideration. So what do we mean by responsiveness is all the stakeholders which are involved in developing and using AI, such as designers, developers, and users. They should continuously, systematically, and transparently should be able to assess the AI applications during actual use. So there should be an inbuilt responsiveness for the AI technology or the apps which we use. So when we are using continuously, we should be able to respond and give our response to it. So they should determine whether AI responds adequately, appropriately, and according to communicated legitimate expectations and requirements. So is it whatever the expected requirements were put, is it fulfilling it? Is it communicating it? That is what is called AI responsiveness. It also requires the technologies to be consistent with wider promotion of the sustainability of the health systems, environments, and workplaces. That is where the responsiveness is linked with sustainability. So what we mean by sustainability when it comes to AI is the health systems and the environments and the workplaces where we are using the AI technology. The technology should be such that it promotes the sustainability of it. It should not deteriorate the sustainability. It should be able to make the health system sustainable, not worsen the already existing contribution to unsustainability. That is what we mean by sustainability. The AI should be designed in such a way that it minimizes their environmental consequences and increase the energy efficiency. For example, if your AI technology is so good that it reduces your electricity consumption and at the same time gives a very quality output. So actually it is increasing your energy efficiency. That means it is contributing to the environmental sustainability. So whatever the global efforts, all of us, human societies are consistently, we are putting in to reduce the impact of human beings on the Earth's environment, ecosystems and climate, the AI should be consistent with it. So we should make, because sustainable development goals is a very important goal to which all the member nations of the United Nations have agreed and signed. They are parties to the Sustainable Development Goal. And Sustainable Development Goal number 13 is specifically for the climate change and sustainable environments. So AI technology should also be consistent with these goals of the sustainable development given by United Nations. So our healthcare facilities, like whether it is an educational institutions like the dental college or medical hospitals or nursing, teaching hospitals, whatever healthcare systems in which we are working, if we are using AI, it should be consistent with this concept of sustainability. This is about the environmental consequences. Sustainability also means within the system, for example, in our workplace, suppose you have adopted AI, which increases your energy efficiency, also cuts down on humans to perform it. So what happens is, you may have to let go of many employees because now an AI system is able to do better than the humans. So the potential job losses due to the use of automated systems, you should anticipate it. The governance and the leadership position of any organization should anticipate and have some alternative systems where they provide job securities. And also training for healthcare workers to adapt to the use of AI should become a sustainable practice. So this is also a concept of sustainability which the institutions and the systems should look upon, because any new technology introduction will cause disruption in the workplace. So it is anticipated. So we should anticipate it and prepare for major disruptions. One is the training part. The other one is some of them may lose jobs. So what do you do about it? So all of these ethical principles should be incorporated in the institutional levels. So if these are the principles which are broadly applicable to healthcare for health, which includes healthcare, research, public health, surveillance, etc., all of it. If we look at what are the guidelines which are existing for artificial intelligence, the human society is still coming up with these guidelines. And till now, we don't have policy level regulations which are very well established and implemented. So we will just go through what are those guidelines for AI. If you look at the guidelines, the best guideline which all of you can refer also at the international level is that which is given by WHO. WHO guidance on ethics and governance in artificial intelligence for health is given out very recently in 2021. This covers in detail about all of these aspects of AI and the ethical considerations in, and how should you use this ethics in your governance also. So this is a very important document. And when you come to India, just in the month of March this year, March 2023, the Indian Council of Medical Research has brought out the ethical guidelines for application of artificial intelligence in biomedical research and healthcare. So it's very, very good that ICMR very promptly has come up with this ethical guidelines. And this ethical guidelines is a very easy and short one also. All of you can just read it at one sitting and easily understandable. It has all the ethical guidelines for application of artificial intelligence in biomedical research, as well as in other aspects of healthcare it gives. And your WHO guidance reader is also even more simple and even more interesting to read. Those who want to have a wider understanding of this subject, you can go through the WHO guidance and then can refer the ICMR ethical guidelines for application in India. India already offers streamlining of AI technologies in various sectors, including healthcare. Even before the ICMR came in, we had streamlined the AI technologies in National Health Policy, which was given in 2017. The National Health Policy mentions about how to streamline AI technologies in it. Okay, and the National Digital Health Blueprint also streamlines how do we make use of AI technologies in healthcare. And the government also brought out an act. It's called Digital Information Security in Healthcare Act in 2018 in order to have some regulation on it. Whereas the earlier National Health Policy and the National Digital Health Blueprint talks about how to streamline it. How do we streamline AI technologies in healthcare? But this is an act where it's a regulatory measure. This act was proposed by Health Ministry. And this is supposed to pave the way for the establishment of the National Data Health Authority and other health information exchanges. So hopefully if we have this, we may think of even better regulatory systems. Now that broadly I have covered how we should have the ethical considerations for healthcare and biomedical research. When you are done with your research and you sit down to write your research, we have many AI technologies which are now helping in scientific writing. So what should we do about it? What ethical considerations should we have? Because is that a human who has written this manuscript, or is it an AI or AI assisted writing technology which has created this manuscript? So if you look at this aspect, we have individual publishing houses giving their own ethical guidelines for the authors. So you can go to Elsevier. I've just given 3 important publishing houses examples here. Nature Machine Intelligence section itself is there in the Nature publishing house. You can go and see the instructions which are given. So basically, what all of them commonly say is that the authors should write it down. I mean, mention it exclusively in that section where they have to disclose that this manuscript was written with AI-assisted writing technology. So the responsibility lies on the author to disclose it beforehand that it was AI-assisted writing. So if you want to further see how to use AI to write scholarly publications, and not just how to use it, but what about accountability in research, you can read this good research. I mean, the article, it's nicely written. This is present in the book called Accountability in Research. So the using AI to write scholarly publications is an important aspect. When it comes to the institutions, especially the teaching institutions and teaching hospitals where research is being regularly conducted, the institutional ethical committees will be held responsible for any ethical considerations related to AI. So the ethical committees, institutional ethical committees, should make reforms in its ethical review procedures. So they have to put in place ethics review procedures as a first crucial step. So what you should anticipate is the ethical committees should anticipate the effects of AI on research and how to minimize the potential negative effects of AI research. So for that, you should be able to renew your ethics review procedures. So what we can, on a long run, what we can do is we should be able to have a concerted community effort. So we need to experiment with various ethics review methods. We should investigate their impact, and we should be able to create platforms for a variety of community voices to exchange ideas and promote norms. That's how we can come up with new ideas which can be promoted as norms, and then they can be incorporated in the institutional ethical committee review procedures. So this is all how we have to take it up and take up the responsibility and accountability and incorporate these issues in our ethical committee review procedures. Also, basic level of downstream approach of integrating ethics for AI should start from curriculum reforms, because unless we expose the students who are building themselves with the skills required in healthcare or in other areas of technology with the ethics and ethical principles, if we do not expose them, what are ethics? What is the branch of ethics? What is the branch of law which deals with all these ethical issues? And these frameworks, if they are not exposed, the students will not be able to become well-formed individuals when they become professionals. So they should be able to have it in their curriculum as a subject to learn and be exposed to. It's not just that this should be exposed to only health sciences stream. Very crucial for AI is to introduce ethics in the non-health education sector. For example, computer science curriculum should have a compulsory ethics chapter or as an elective or as a part of their main syllabus, so that people who develop these technologies, they know the basics of ethics. See, ethics are not just for AI, right? We have ethical systems established for the human society. We have ethics as a main branch of philosophy, which is studied. And of course, then we have applied it to healthcare, and we have many ethical principles and guidelines to perform the research or in healthcare provision. All of that, we have to see how AI can be streamlined into all of this. But if we do not expose the crucial stakeholders, like people who are involved in developing and deploying AI, like all these non-health education sector, it becomes difficult to have collaborating communication with them when we are also party to such AI developments for healthcare. Suppose you are building an AI for your specific needs in your healthcare institution, you may sit with a computer science third party to have it. But if they are not aware of the ethical frameworks, and if you are not aware, then it is impossible for you to have a good collaborative communication and outcomes. And all health sciences streams, the principles of ethics, human rights approaches, and the concept of equity and the concept of human rights itself, as far as my understanding goes, of course, we have chapter on ethics in the subject of public health, which we teach for undergraduates. But the concept of human rights, equity, these are all not taught to students at undergraduate levels. Maybe those who take up postgraduate courses in public health may come across these concepts, but these concepts are very basic concepts for human beings as such. So if you are becoming a health sciences professional, it is crucial that these are incorporated in the main syllabus in the undergraduate course itself, if not possible, at least through value-added courses or as electives. The option should be provided to the students. And we should not leave public and patients apart in it. So even public and patients should be educated. Even at the institutional level, you can have programs for your patients, or for public also. You can have one day or half a day programs to educate the people about it, about what is AI and how AI can be or used already in your services which you are seeking from doctors and dentists or nurses or whatever. What are their implications on health, especially when it comes to privacy and confidentiality, responsibility and accountability of the provider? The patient and the public should be aware of it. What are my rights about my privacy and confidentiality about my data? Because if a patient comes to you, gives you the blood sample, or you take an FNAC, or you're taking a biopsy, but you're using that data for something else, for genomic sequence, for some genome data sequencing, and you're using it for some other genome-related AI project, and the patient is not aware of it. So patients should be made aware of how their samples are used, how their, not just body samples, their information, medical information, their health information is used. So that privacy and confidentiality is also extremely important, that we need to educate them, and we should incorporate all those concepts like how we talked in the first principle of autonomy, like you have to prepare a valid informed consent with appropriate legal frameworks to be used with your patients. And at a larger level, there should be a redressal systems. starting at institution level, at state and national level governance systems. They should think of redressal systems where patients or public who are harmed by use of any AI technology can go and redress their problems and seek compensations. So to conclude, in the context of AI for health, autonomy means everything. Autonomy means it is a human autonomy. So we should remain in full control of healthcare systems and medical decisions, and we should incorporate human rights into all of these development of AI technologies, and ethical considerations are a crucial first step, actually. It's not after that you start having ethical considerations. It is during the development and deployment, designing also in that part, and the role of institutions like teaching hospitals and healthcare teaching institutions is also the academics. The role of academics is also very crucial because academics are placed in a very unique position, advantageous position, because they can take up any new idea, explore it and widen the concepts and come up with new hypotheses and try the reforming the system within your own institution. So the scope is wide, and we at the especially the academicians have the responsibility to think about how to make it more humane, because somebody asked the previous speaker the question, how can machines become better than humans? They can be extremely better than humans in intelligence, but certain aspects like empathy, compassion, which is required, basic requirement for patient-centered care in any healthcare system, the artificial intelligence applications may not be good at. So these aspects, the wisdom and the prudency, which we say, the humans can anticipate and can come up with decisions. The machines may not be able to, because the data which is fed to the machines determines most of the things what the machines do. The deep learning and other, the artificial general intelligence is another system, which is an effort to try to understand all these other aspects of humans, like emotions and the cognitive abilities of the humans in terms of all these empathy, compassion, and emotional aspects, the spiritual aspects, all of these aspects, the artificial general intelligence is trying to understand and mimic and try to form its own personality. So that's why the concept of having, just like how we have human rights, we may have to come up with a concept of rights for robots, because once they develop very good artificial general intelligence, they may become as good as us. I mean, in both directions, they can become extremely good, the robots with all human values which are fed to it, and they develop further better value systems, but they can also become manipulative, and they can go in the opposite direction of becoming more evil also. So that is another different area called artificial general intelligence. So we don't know, we cannot predict how it becomes. So, but the challenge here is because we cannot anticipate and predict what is the scope of their improvement, which is looking like more than humans, we are not able to match that speed with the human the wisdom. So we are not able to catch up with it with our regulatory systems in place. So these are in general what I would like to share with you. So in conclusion, whatever the ethical principles which we have understood, and if all the streams have not done this, I think it is high time for us to reinforce more on incorporating that in the curriculum, so that we are better able to understand how to make use of AI in a better way, which serves the human society. And we as healthcare providers have higher responsibility and also accountability. So if we are not aware of what are the ethical implications, and if we don't incorporate these norms and regulations in our own systems, then we become accountable for the harms which are put on the humans. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. for such an informative and fruitful session. I now request all the participants to post their queries in the chat box. Ma'am, the first question, does a separate institutional ethical committee is required for AI-based studies, or regular IEC can give approvals?
Yeah, the regular IEC, which it should incorporate, streamline the AI ethical implications in its review process. You don't need to have a separate this thing in it. Maybe you can invite a person who is an expert in AI in your ethical committee as a member. Already ethical committee will have a legal expertise and one representative from the society. They are all like compulsory members of the ethical committee. So you will already have a legal expert and you will have a community representative from the society, I mean, from the common people as well. So maybe you can invite another person who is like the previous speaker you had, who is like in the AI technology. You can have them as a member, but as a ethical committee itself, it is a responsibility of the IEC and the chairman of the IEC to see how they can reform the review procedure, the ethics review procedure, and streamline the AI with respect to if any study proposal which has come to the committee is using AI technology, what all the author information, patient information, what all review procedures and norms they have to fulfill if they have to use that AI technology. All this review procedure can be reformed using, looking into all these ethical implications.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. We hope to carry this light of knowledge forever in our practice. Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Ma'am, I request you to stop sharing your screen.
Okay.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Sorry.
We will now proceed to the felicitation ceremony. Ma'am, I request you to accept this certificate of appreciation from the Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I thank all the audience for patient listening and the organizers of the university as well as the department in organizing such a wonderful program. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on. It is my immense pleasure to introduce the third speaker of the day, Dr. Deepti R. Dr. Deepti R is an MBBS and MD in Community Medicine, DNB, Preventive and Social Medicine. She is an Associate Professor in the Department of Community Medicine, ESIS Medical College and Postgraduate Research Institute, Rajaji Nagar, Bengaluru. She is an MBBS in Adi Chunchanagiri Institute of Medical Science, MD from St. John's Medical College, Bangalore. She has been teaching and practicing community medicine since 13 years. She has worked in the field of geriatric health disability rehabilitation, maternal and child health upliftment, peer counseling of adolescents. She has over 35 research publications in various indexed journals and authored chapters in 2 textbooks. She has worked in various research projects, including 3 projects from ICMR. She has been the coordinator for 6 months long National Research Methodology Workshop conducted by the IAPSM. I request Dr. Deepti R to kindly take over the session. All the queries will be taken up after the session.
Thank you, Dr. Deepa, for such a lucid introduction. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Rashmi Venkatesh, who is the organizer of this particular seminar. And I'm very glad to say that she is my classmate from my school. She's still the same energetic and positive Rashmi. I would also want to thank my previous speaker, giving such a broad overview on AI, which as a doctor, we are not so much aware of, and by Dr. Sachin and Dr. Sushi. She included such humane and ethical principles in artificial intelligence. That was very interesting and very impressive. Both of you made my work much simpler, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Ma'am, I request you to start screen sharing.
Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. First of all, I'm standing in between you and your lunch. I'll try and finish as soon as possible. I won't be talking much of theory, but let's understand how we can use practically ChatGPT in healthcare research. Basically, in finding questions, how to write, how it can assist in various parts of research. Before I start, a disclaimer, I am not a technical person. I am glad that people who are young and who know a lot about these, they trained me. Otherwise, I knew nothing much about technology. But I feel anything which takes life forward, anything which creates workability, we need to adapt and we need to start using. There are many revolutions which we have seen in technology, like when in 2009 and 10, that's the first time we got internet in our mobile. That's the first time even in villages, people started watching YouTube, getting to know, so many things happened. And I feel artificial intelligence is another such revolution. And it is very important for us to know what is happening. It's definitely not a replacement of human intelligence, but definitely it is going to help us make our life simple. When I remember when I did my post-graduation in 2006, at that time, computer had just was like available everywhere. We were supposed to pay some 20 or 30 rupees per hour and go to these internet centers and browse. And for my thesis, we had to go there, search for articles and come in Google. And many articles were not available. Thankfully, St. John's Library was so wonderful. So we used to go read those journals, write and come. So to write one article, it used to take almost some 4 to 5 months. It used to be really that much time consuming. And we were not sure that whether we left out any article, because now there is so much knowledge available. So as a healthcare professional, more than knowing what to take, we also should know what not to take, because there is so much data available on the net. So for these things, ChatGPT is definitely going to help. Now, what is ChatGPT? Again, I'm telling this is for the people who are new to the artificial intelligence, who don't know much about how to use ChatGPT. I am sure many of you who are here, you're pro, you've been using ChatGPT left, right, and center. You may just think how you can apply that in your day-to-day health research. And maybe even I can learn some things from y'all. And again, I have put the best of what I know. There may be something new, because every day, every hour, this is changing. And we are getting newer things day by day. So ChatGPT, what is it? It is a conversational artificial intelligence model. So I chat something, it gives answer to me. And it is not looking at little data. It's looking at vast amount of data. And the response it gives is human-like. So when I ask a question, it doesn't give me all the technical word. I can also say concise Ramayana to a 5-year-old child. It writes Ramayana where a 5-year-old can understand. Isn't that beautiful? Okay. And here it was giving only response to text-based queries. But now, thankfully, ChatGPT 4 is even giving response to image-based queries. So this is a little bit about what is ChatGPT. Now, how does it work? So there are a lot of developers who train the model on text from the internet using machine learning techniques. So what happened when GPT was initially launched, it became a failure very early. Because whatever is said, it is going to take that and make a consensus. Like how Dr. Sushi ma'am said, if I'm asking some 100,000 or 10,000 people to type that Osama bin Laden is a very good person, he is done very good for the society. So if there are so many responses, if you ask about Osama bin Laden, then ChatGPT will give response like he's a very good person, he's done so much good for the society. So it cannot give by its own intelligence. It is only altering, or it is only compiling the human intelligence which is being published. Okay, so once trained, the model can generate coherent and relevant responses to the text-based queries. This is in simple how a ChatGPT works. Like I said, ChatGPT actually started in the year 2018. It was not a very great success. So only when the GPT became ChatGPT, which is the conversational model, that's when it became very popular. So it became so popular, everybody started using. Now Google also said that we are also going to come up with something like ChatGPT, which is called as Bard, and I'm sure it will be also as powerful or much more powerful than ChatGPT. So I'm sure as we go, there will be a lot which will come in, and we have to be updated with the knowledge. And in 2023, they came up with a paid version of GPT-4. Now let's understand, whatever I am using is still the ChatGPT. I have not subscribed for GPT-4, but I have discussed with my good friends who are already using ChatGPT-4 and understood what are the difference. Now, what is the difference between the ChatGPT which we use and this GPT-4? Obviously, GPT-4 is using more parameters. Like if it was some billion parameters in ChatGPT-3, now in GPT-4, it is using 1 trillion parameters to check. Okay, and then GPT-4 can handle complex and diverse tasks. You can give, like, you go here, you do this, you do that, and it will understand. Like how you give instructions to a human, you can give such instructions, and GPT-4 can handle even such complex tasks. Then GPT-4 has a longer memory. I'll show you when I come to the interface. Like in the side, whatever we search for, that will be saved. But in case of mine, in some days, it will go away. But if you look in GPT-4, the memory is for a longer time, like up to 3 months, whatever you search, that history is there. There is no need for you to, save it in another place or something. It is all saved there. But GPT-4 is a little slower. That means, because see, when I have to search only 1 billion, I'll be faster, but I have to search 1 trillion parameters. Obviously, the output will be a little slower. Okay. And then because it has to search so much, it has restriction of hourly prompt. It says that in an hour, you can search only 30 prompts, things like that. But no such restrictions when it comes to 3.5. In GPT-4, like I already said, other than the textual inputs, it will also accept the visual inputs. And GPT-4 is true multilingual. In the sense, you can ask questions in various languages. In GPT 3.5, it will think for a very long time and give some answer which may not be very reliable also. But GPT-4, it's truly multilingual and it can handle a lot of languages. And I think GPT-4 costs $20 per month. Okay, so if it's really useful, then you can go for GPT-4. But I'm still continuing with GPT 3.5, and the results which what I get from it is quite satisfactory as of now. Now, this is just an example as to how ChatGPT and GPT-4 give response for the same question. So you can see here, what are 3 of the capabilities of this model. So whatever ChatGPT has given, that has been written even more beautifully and elaborately in case of GPT-4. So because it is looking into a lot more resources than compared to what ChatGPT was looking at. So obviously, if you are a full-timer researcher or you're working with artificial intelligence, then I would definitely recommend you can go for GPT-4 subscription. Now, coming to its application in health research. Now, when we look at the health research cycle, at every point, artificial intelligence or ChatGPT helped apps is going to help us in doing. So basically, if I want to do literature search in a Google, it will give so many and everything I have to open and check. Okay, it will take a lot of time, and that is going to be reduced by ChatGPT. At the same time, it has its own disadvantages. We will also discuss that. So starting from identifying a problem. Like, for example, I am interested in childhood disability, okay? But I don't know which is the areas of thrust for research in child disability. So I can ask ChatGPT. It will give me some areas of research, okay? I can do literature. Okay, now I found out an area. So I want to find out what is the current situation, what is the current literature say about it, okay? So that gives the literature review. It gives such beautiful objectives. You know, sometimes we know the objectives, but since our native language is not English, okay, because we have our own native language, we struggle to come up with the beautiful sentence like how a native English language speaking person comes out with. But when you look at those objectives being framed, you will be like so shocked. I mean, so yeah, this is what I want. Then choosing the study design. It will also help you in creating the methodology. Okay, for data collection, it can help you in creating the format. Then there are so many softwares or Microsoft Excel formulas which will help you in analyzing data, and it will also help us in manuscript writing. So we will see one by one how each one can help. So before that, let's understand little bit, because I think this is exclusively dealt in the first session. What are the various applications of ChatGPT in health research? One is in risk assessment. So a person like for me, if I come and say, this is my age, this is my sugar profile, and this is my this, then it is going to tell you what is the risk of me getting diabetes or a cardiovascular disease in the next 5 years. If I'm telling these are my habits, it may tell me what is the risk of me getting oral cancer in the next 5 years. So risk assessment of a person can be done. Prediction can be done using ChatGPT. Drug discovery, you know, it helped a lot, especially during COVID time. You all have seen how vaccines came up so soon. Okay, how so many drugs. Initially, we started with drugs which were not even relevant. Like we started with chloroquine and all, if you all remember how we were treating COVID-19 in the beginning. So later, you know, we discovered what are the different drugs, you know, what else should be done, how we have to maintain all those things was helped by artificial intelligence. So we know that discovering a drug took a lot of time. We were always told that, you know, it takes 20 years for a drug to be discovered. So use it efficiently, use it consciously, because if you don't use it consciously, you may develop resistance for the drug in 2 years. Okay, so definitely drug discovery will be helpful with the ChatGPT. Then diagnosis and patient engagement. So when a patient speaks, you know, these are my symptoms, this is what, and it gives the test results, it can tell what are all the, what may be the differential diagnosis. And sometimes when the doctor is so busy and he cannot give recommendation, because, you know, many a times it so happens that when a doctor is not spending much time with the patient, they can end up in not following the prescription properly, especially in case of non-communicable disease, when you have to deal with so many factors, so many risk factors which can lead to the disease. It may be difficult, so we can use the assistance, and there may be at times where I cannot go personally and do, so these apps will definitely help in patient engagement. And since it's natural language processing, it uses in analyzing large amounts of data. See, nowadays, I think if you want to know which is the best medicine or which is the best type of treatment, we are not going and searching single article. We have already started looking at systematic review and meta-analysis to decide. Okay, so that will be there up to some time, but even after that, there will be a lot of things published over time. So in the natural time, okay, so ChatGPT can take them and analyze the large amount of literature, and it can help you provide the summary. So these are few applications of ChatGPT with respect to health research. Now let's have some fun with ChatGPT. Are you all ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to see Google?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So, very simple.
Ma'am, we are
Somebody
not
asked how
able
to.
see the Google. We are still with the PowerPoint slide.
Okay, then I think I need to change. Is there a way I can share everything on my screen?
Stop sharing the PowerPoint slide and reshare with the Google page.
Now, is the Google visible?
Yes.
Is the Google visible now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Deepa. So now, how do we start? You have to just type ChatGPT. So it is chat.openai.com. Okay. So once you type that, since I've already logged in, it opened. Otherwise, it will ask you to log in. It is very simple, just like how you open a Google account, I mean Gmail account, or you want to send for publication, how you open an account. It is very simple like that. And using your Google account, you can also log into ChatGPT. See, it can give you answers for a lot of things. I mean, there are some examples which they have given. Got any creative ideas for a 10-year-old's birthday? Okay, how do I make an HTTP request in JavaScript? Explain quantum computing in simple terms. So you want to explain something in simple terms, or anything. You can ask anything. It is like Ginny. You ask something, it will tell you the answer. When I was first introduced, I can't tell you how excited I was for 2 days, because otherwise I have to open and search so many articles to get one answer for that. Okay, so now let me start. Let me take up a topic like, for example, oral cancer. And since I am from community medicine, I am interested in prevention of oral cancer. But I don't know what are the areas of research. So I am going to type list the areas of research in prevention of oral cancer. Okay. So now it is going to give me a lot of topics. You can do risk factor identification, tobacco cessation programs, alcohol moderation strategies, HPV vaccination. You can use some early detection methods, chemo prevention. It gives you a lot of recommendations which are there in the particular field. Now, after that, I will decide, okay, I don't know what is the prevalence of, so for me, I feel screening is important. I need to check for precancerous lesions first, then I can do something about it in the population. So what I will do, I want to find out, so I will decide, I want to find out what is the prevalence of this particular precancerous conditions in Vadodara. Okay, so I come up with this title. Prevalence of precancerous lesion and risk factors for oral cancer in Vadodara. This is the study I want to do. So I will ask ChatGPT to write a proposal for a study titled this. Now let's see if it can write. Okay, so it is going to give the title, it is going to give the introduction, the objectives. We'll come back to that. What are the methods I can use? What are the data analysis I can do? What are the ethical consideration I should be following? And what are the significance and what are the expected outcomes? It is also giving in what timeline I can finish, and also budget, and also conclusion. It will not be exact, but it will definitely give you the guidelines. Now let's go and understand. So first, it is giving you the introduction. Oral cancer is a significant public health problem with a high morbidity and mortality rate worldwide. It is not giving the references yet. Okay, it is only giving you the introduction, where it is saying it is important. So whatever it is written is important. So we will go further and learn how to write a review of literature. Okay. So then after that, coming to the objectives. Look at the objectives. It is, I feel it's very beautifully written. To determine the prevalence of precancerous lesions in the oral cavity among the population of Vadodara. To identify the demographic, I didn't say, I just said risk factors. It said demographic and lifestyle related risk factors associated with the development of oral cancer in Vadodara. Okay. Then it added by itself one more important thing which it felt, to assess the knowledge, attitude and practice related to oral health and oral cancer prevention among the study participants, and to examine the association between oral hygiene practices and presence of precancerous lesion. I hope you all are satisfied with the objectives given by ChatGPT.
Yes.
Now coming to the methodology. Okay, so it is suggesting a cross-sectional observational study. Obviously, in most of the prevalence studies, what do? We do a cross-sectional observational study. It is given the sample selection. However, it is not very good in sample size calculation, where I tried, maybe some statisticians know, and it is also suggesting multi-stage sampling technique. Okay, so which stage you want to do what, that you can decide. It is also giving you how to collect the data. You collect the data by clinical examination, by questionnaire survey, and it is also saying what all you can analyze. Okay, it is saying you can also do logistic regression to find which significant risk factor is associated. So it is also speaking about ethical consent, what all you have to take care, and what are the outcomes you are expected of this study. So it can give you, you can also ask, give me a budget for this particular study for 5 lakh. It will create a budget. Okay, you can say, give me a timeline to conduct this study. So individual things you ask, or give me a Gantt chart for this study. Okay, so let me ask. Okay, so give me a Gantt chart for this study. See, it is giving a Gantt chart. When to start, what all timing you can take for each. Sometimes you may miss 1 or 2 at time. So it is giving you, so you can take this as a baseline. Okay, and obviously we have to work on it, but we can definitely take it as a baseline. Now, for this study, if I want a questionnaire, okay, so I will say create a questionnaire for the study. So let's see if ChatGPT can create the questionnaire. Let me reframe it. So I'm saying prepare a questionnaire for assessing prevalence of precancerous lesions. Okay. I'm sorry, I think there is some network error with mine. We'll come back to this again. So let me start afresh. Sometimes when the load is more, in ChatGPT 3, it doesn't respond. It will take some time. Okay, so let me try it again. So I'm asking to prepare a questionnaire for assessing prevalence of precancerous lesions and risk factor for oral. So now it is giving me the questionnaire. Okay, so it's saying demographic information, what all you have to take. Then the questions related to the precancerous lesions, what all you have to take. Have you ever used tobacco in any form? Okay, then each tobacco and how much you've used, about alcohol, family history, HPV infection, brushing, flossing, oral cancer screening program, have you ever participated? So it is given you a basic questions which you can ask. You can always add on to it. So you can also use it for creating your questionnaire. Now, next we will get to know literature search and discussion are very important. Now, if I want to find the literature review, first let me ask to give the outline for review of literature on prevalence of precancerous lesions in the precancerous oral lesions. Otherwise, it will go off to other things. Okay, precancerous oral. We need to be very specific when we give prompts. Okay, because whatever we give prompts, it will answer accordingly. So it is now giving an outline. What all it should contain? It should contain a background. What is definition of precancerous lesion? What is the purpose? Then what are the classification, risk factors? So it is going to give me what are the various things which needs to be included when you are doing review of literature of this particular topic. Now in that, I will go one by one. I will say write about background and significance of precancerous oral lesions with references. So let's see if it does. So it is speaking about various region, what is the prevalence, and it is also giving the references of those things. But whatever references you get from ChatGPT, my suggestion, never take it blindly. Okay, you should always cross check. Sometimes it is given that when you go back and check that reference, you may not be finding it. Okay, so whatever you get the references from here, always go back and cross check in Google. You open, you see if that text is there. So you can use this as an aid to find that article. Okay. So somehow review of literature and discussion, I am not very comfortable using this particular. I will introduce you two more things where we can do literature search very nicely. But I have to warn you, all this is are in beta mode. I mean, it is all under testing. Okay. So we have to use it with caution. No using anything just because it is there. So the software or the AI I'm talking is elicit.org. Okay. So elicit.org. It is also something like ChatGPT. It is also powered by ChatGPT. So here you have to ask a research question for which it answers. So let me ask a research question. Does chocolate eating cause dental caries in children? Because I have seen some literature which says actually chocolate eating does not cause dental caries. There are some literature on that also. So I really want to know if I want to give chocolate for my son or not. Okay, see now I have got articles. So there is an article by some Iftiar, okay, where the relationship between snacking habit and dental caries in school children. So here is the summary. So what does it say? Snacking several times and allowing snacks to stay on teeth can be important cause of dental caries. So you have to read further to understand if there is chocolate in that snack. So you have to go through that study and then understand if there is chocolate. So you can't directly take from there. Now, another important thing is I can also know what are the outcomes measured. Okay, see, the moment I pressed what are the outcomes measured, it said prevalence of dental caries is measured, number of decayed teeth is measured. Then it will also say how many participants were there. In some, it cannot pick. You will have to go and read by yourself. But in some, it will give you how many participants were there in the study. Okay. So once you get this, you will get to know which are all the articles, because this is like an interface between your Google Scholar and Google. Okay, because when we search in Google, we get a lot of articles and every time we have to open and see. Here, this will help us to narrow down our search, and we can search for these many articles to start with, to write our review of literature or our discussion. So similarly, if I want to find out impact of developmental screening or impact of lifestyle modifications on diabetes. Okay, so I want to find out what is the impact of lifestyle modification on diabetes. So let me ask that question. So it is analyzing so obviously this is a very commonly practiced or people have done a lot of research, so there'll be a lot of articles and you'll get the articles. So why I went to this is, here there'll be some intervention. Okay, so there will be some intervention. So you can also study what was the intervention used. So here it says lifestyle modification. Here it says structured exercise therapy, lifestyle intervention. Okay, so all the studies which has used intervention, you can make out. There is nothing here that means it's a review article. So if you're only looking for articles which are like interventional studies, then this will definitely help.
754 900 160 315.
So you can also the
Ma'am, you are muted. Kindly unmute.
Yeah, I unmuted myself. Automatically, it's getting muted. Okay, so this is one of the thing, elicit.org, which helps in looking in for the articles and writing our review of literature and discussion. Now, there is one more software, AI software, which I want to introduce to you all. It is called as Consensus. Whatever I am showing to you all as of now, it is free. But after the beta testing is over, we don't know if it will be free, but something may come up. So Consensus is one when I want to find out, is this better? Or if one thing is better than another. When you want to find out, you know, Consensus is one of the tools which we can use. Now, does tobacco cessation program reduce oral cancer? This is something I want to know. So I asked this question. So let us see what Consensus has to say about it. So the Consensus will also come up with a consensus meter. So when I asked, does tobacco cessation program reduce oral cancer? 56% of the articles are saying, yes, it does. And 22% are saying possibly, and 22% of articles are saying no, there is no impact. So the summary of 10 papers analyzed is, these studies suggest that tobacco cessation programs reduce oral cancer. So it is giving you the summary, and you can also go which article, okay, whether it is saying yes or possible or no, and it can also it will also show whether it was highly cited or not. So you can open this article and you can read it and use it for your either review of literature or discussion. I felt this will be very nice if when we are writing discussion, because we have a result and we want to discuss. So when we put up such questions, it will be easy for us to look in write discussion effectively. So these are the two AI programs I wanted to introduce to you all about how to make our life easy for doing literature review or for writing of discussion. Is my PPT visible, ma'am? Dr. Deepa?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. So for idea generation, we saw literature review, yes. Organizing the information, like it came up what after what. Okay, then it gave you the outline. It helped in making a questionnaire. It also helped in writing project proposal, including the Gantt chart. If you ask budget, it will also help you with the budget. Okay, and creating presentation. Okay, so there are tools which will help us in creating presentation. So let me introduce you. Previously, there was something called as Chat GPT, Slide GPT, okay, which used to help. But now Slide GPT is being become a paid version. So there is another beautiful tool which is free, which is called as Gamma app. I will share the presentation in the group so that you people can copy all these tools. So now I want to prepare a presentation. So I say new with AI. Now I will give the topic saying whatever project proposal we did that time, I say I want that presentation. Okay, so I will type that topic here. Okay, write a project proposal for this one, or prepare a slide deck for a study titled. Okay, so I say this. Now when I say that, it gives you, is this outline okay? I mean, it will have all these things. Okay, so is it okay? I said okay, continue, this is fine. Okay, so then they said, is this okay? Okay, for me it's fine now. So now it is checking the AI space, and it is doing. And similarly, the same thing. Okay, so here also I can say prepare a PowerPoint presentation for this topic. So what happens here, it gives you what all should be there. So it cannot make a PowerPoint, but it will tell you each slide what content should be there. Sometimes when you want to prepare for something, we struggle for the outline. So this can give you a wonderful outline in ChatGPT, and based on that, you can further do survey or use Gamma app, and you can do your presentation. Okay, so now look at it. The presentation is ready. Okay, it is giving you the background. It is speaking about the percentages. What is the prevalence, challenges, the methodology of the study it is writing. How you do data analysis. How are going to present the results of the study. Okay. What is the implication of this study for public health prevention, and what is the conclusion? And also recommendations. So it's done now. Okay. So now if you're okay with that, then you press this and you say export. You can either export it as a PDF or you can export it as a PowerPoint. It is in beta as of now. So that means that may become chargeable later. But as a export to PDF is a free, maybe you can use that and you can modify your presentation accordingly. So you can see it is given you in ChatGPT also. What are all the things it has to be? See, the whatever we did in Gamma GPT, in Gamma slides preparation, it is ready now. So your PPT is ready. You want to alter something, you can alter and you can present. So maybe project proposal, we may not use it, but we all are academicians, you know, we have to always prepare for classes and sometimes, so it will also help you in preparing for classes. Like, for example, so I'm sorry. So I want to prepare a new with AI, which is guided. Okay. So I want to prepare a presentation, and I want a presentation on dental caries in children. Okay. So I want to know about dental caries in children. So it gave me the outline. Okay. I saw, but I want to know about root canal treatment in children. I mean, can it be done? What is it? I want to include that as a part of my presentation. So I added one more thing. Okay. Then I said continue. So I can choose this. Then I say continue. So it is coming up with a presentation. I don't know much about this topic. If most of you are from the similar background, so you can tell what is the quality on 0 to 10, how much you want to rate it. Has it identified all the important points which are required to be told? So it added the slide I wanted it to add. And it prepares very aesthetic presentations at the end of it. Okay, so at the end of it, the presentation which comes out to look at, it is so beautiful. So it has finished generating now. Okay, so now again, I can go here, I can export it as a PowerPoint presentation. Hardly it took 2 minutes. Now you can use that as a base and you can improvise on that. Okay. So now the presentation is being downloaded. Can you see the presentation?
Yes.
Spoke about causes, risk factors. Okay. Importance of early detection, root canal treatment in children, treatment options which are available. Then what is the conclusion and call for action for dental health in children? Isn't it beautiful? Okay, so this is how we can take the assistance of AI in our day-to-day life to make time in our, because otherwise I would generally take almost a day or two to prepare a full presentation. If I have a baseline, I can do my research and whatever extra has to be added, I can always add. And, you know, like ma'am said, it is very important to acknowledge, you know, it is not my property. Okay, it is very important to acknowledge that I used the support of AI in preparing this. Similarly, when we take somebody's slide, okay, for our own purpose, it is ethical to thank them at the end that, you know, we use their presentation. So I hope these two tools are useful in preparing a presentation in our day-to-day life. Okay, then another thing, you may be thinking how such beautiful slides. Sometimes this Microsoft has that boring background or just white. I'm sorry if I said boring, because, you know, I'm somebody who wants everything to be colorful. So for this, SlidesGo is one platform where you get hundreds of slide templates, you know, such beautiful slide template. The one I'm using, very beautiful slide templates, and it's free. Most of it in this are free. So depending upon what you want to present, you can take that theme, and, you know, inside there are a lot of other things, like every slide is being designed in a beautiful way. So you can use this and you can make your presentation more appealing or more aesthetic when you're presenting. So that's about how we can use about PPTs. Now next come to journals. You know, there are a lot of times you start reading, you feel this is a very good article, I would want to know, but when you actually want to read the article, it is paid. It says link. I will show you an example. This is my own, my first publication. Okay, this is my first publication. So I will type this, okay, in Google. So this is my own publication. Okay, so when I'm typing, there is a link for full text. Okay, there is a link for full text. When I open it, it says I will have to pay some money. Okay, I will have to pay. If I want full article, then I will have to pay some money. Okay, so I cannot access. So if I want the PDF of this, then for full version, I have to pay $12. If I want to download PDF, I want to pay $49. There is a group which is called as skyhub.se. Okay, skyhub.se. This is a group which is being, they provide all these articles. You can open these articles. So now let me open Skyhub. Okay, so Skyhub SE. So this is to open science. Now, let me take the title of my article and let me type it here and I say open. See, my article appears. So many countries, they have access for these articles, and many institutions, because they have a login ID, they have access for these articles. So you can take the help of this if you want to get some articles, because here sometimes it's very difficult even to get access through the college network and get the articles. So this, most of it is available on this. You can find article. There are some which you don't, but this is one more thing which I also use to find full articles to cite in my discussion and also in review of literature. Okay. Yes. Then coming to how to summarize article. You know, sometimes it's such a huge, big article. You don't have time to read, and finally you spend 2 to 3 hours or 1 hour reading, and you feel there's nothing I want in this article. Okay, so there is something called as Merlin Chrome extension. Okay, it's another beautiful AI tool which helps. So this is Merlin Chrome extension. So I have already put that extension. See, this is the Merlin Chrome which you have seen working. So you have to just install, just like any other extension, you have to install. So finally it installs like this. Okay. So it installs like this. So let me tell you how it works. Let us, like, there is some news in the WHO. Okay, about dental health. Okay, so it speaks about oral health. There is some news. Now I don't have time to read this entire article. So what will I do? I will select this article from where to where I want to read. Okay, then I will right click and I say give context to Merlin. Okay, so then what is happening? It is analyzing it. Okay, so then I will ask it to summarize, and I don't want too much of summary. I say summarize in 6 lines. So when I say that, it will analyze and it will give you the summary in 6 lines. Okay, so it is very helpful. So now I read, I will understand whether I want to go through this article or is there any section, or I can leave this article. Okay, so this is one thing which will help you summarize. You can also ask it to intelligently comment. Few lines on this article. Okay, so you can ask it to comment. So it will give its own purview, okay, depending upon its artificial intelligence. So many a times when when you read something and you want to comment on it, okay, and you're short of words, you can take help of this to summarize and use. Okay, so this is the Merlin Chrome extension. So any article, blogs, or your LinkedIn, Facebook, there's a long articles to read, you can use this extension. Now there is an YouTube video, for example. You want to decide whether that particular YouTube video is going to help you to advance your knowledge or not. If there are some short videos, it's fine. If there are some lengthy videos and you don't know what all is there in the video, okay? So now there is this session. The session is on history of orthodontics with Dr. Leslie, part 1, and the whole session is 1 hour 39 minutes. So I don't know whether I have that much time to know or what to see. Again, the same Merlin extension, the ones you put here, automatically when you open YouTube, you can see this. Now I'll say summarize this video. So it will take some time and it will tell you at what point what all is there. Okay, so I feel maybe all this is I'm okay. Maybe I want to know only about orthodontics and technique section. So I can directly jump to 58 minutes and I can watch this video. Okay, so this is one useful tool which will definitely help us in saving our time. Otherwise, only for this part, I will have to see till 58 minutes, and sometimes what I want may not be there in the actual lecture. It may be there in some other lecture. Okay, so this is another very useful tool, because whatever I have learned, I have not attended any formal class. It's all YouTube is another guru for me. Okay, so it has really helped me in understanding and saving my time for other better things which I love to do. So these are the two extensions which we can use to summarize whatever we are reading, either a blog or whatever. Then there is one more important and beautiful tool which we can use to understand PDFs, is askyourpdf.com. Okay, so askyourpdf.com. You don't have to download anything. Now I need to upload my article here. Okay, so I have downloaded already one article, so I'm going to copy it here. See, I am from a medical background. I don't know much about these things. Okay, so now it is summarizing the article. It is saying that the document is a research article that focuses on the relationship between the oral microbiome and oral squamous cell carcinoma, and it says what all it does. And it also gives you the possible questions for which I can get the answer. So since I am from I don't know much about what is micronome, so I will ask, what is micronome? So all the answers I get will be based on that PDF. So whatever is there in the PDF, I'm sorry, I think I used the wrong word. Okay, so it is microbiome. To save time, I've already done ones and copied on the questions. So it did not have what is micronome in that article. So it said, I don't know, but it has what is microbiome. So it is saying it is a oral microbiome, refers to a collection of microorganisms that live in the human mouth. It is a complex thing which contains this. Okay, so it is explained what. So I understood. Okay, this is what I want to do. I understood what a microbiome is. Now I don't know how to check or how they have checked. So next question I ask for this PDF, what are the different ways of checking this microbiome? So in the article, it says you can do culture-based method, you can do DNA sequencing, polymerase chains, what are the various methods? It is all in the article, okay, in the article, and each method has its advantages and disadvantages. So I understood. Now I want to know what is the role of this oral microbiome in oral cancer. So in this article, it says what is its role. It says specifically in oral squamous cell carcinoma, they have checked and they have found out, this meta-analysis has found out that particular organism like Fusobacterium, all these things are they are the one with where there is relationship between those two things. So it is given those things. And it also says it explains the functional pathway and the genes that may be associated between these two. So now I would want to understand what is that. So when I ask that question, it is explaining me that according to the study, there are several, all these things. It is explaining which are the pathways of RNA and immunodeficiency and other things which are identified and all these things. Okay, so if I am somebody who is doing the research on this, it will be of immense value for me. You know, it's a very useful tool, big thing. Many people, they put Bhagavad Gita and ask their questions. Okay, about life. They get the answers in the purview of Bhagavad Gita. You can upload Bible PDF and ask your questions. So it gives you the answers with the purview of the Bible. So it's a very nice tool, you know, where you can, whatever content is there, you don't have to sit and read for the answer. You ask your questions and you will get the answers in the purview of that PDF. That is another beautiful AI tool, which is very handy and useful in our day-to-day practice. Okay. Then another thing which we common, like I always feel, because, you know, I feel I'm very proud that my local language Kannada is very good, but I'm very bad at English. I struggle, you know, you may find a lot of errors while I'm speaking also. So this is one of the free grammar software. I mean, we know our document, our Word document itself help us to a certain extent to find out if there are any grammatical mistakes. So other than that, this is another software which we can use. I want to open an article which we are working right now. Okay, I haven't done any grammatical. Oh, no, this is something which we have sent or we are about to send, not this. I'm sorry. So this manuscript, let me go to the introduction and I want to check now. I want to do the grammatical check before I send for publication. So I'm going to select the introduction. I don't know what is this. Okay, it's asking for a trial, but I don't want this. Okay, so I'm coming down. This is where you paste. Okay, so I'm pasting my whatever I have written. And I'm asking for grammar check. So now it has checked the grammar. Now it has checked the grammar. Thankfully, there are no grammar mistakes. Okay. But if I am pasting something new, which I have never check the grammar at all, then you will find some grammar mistakes. Let me just take this and try once again. So Control All. Delete, and I'm going to. So you can check up to 2000 words at a time. Okay. More than 2000, you will have to check 2 times. So now it's processing and it will give you, see, it is suggesting some spelling of behavior. No, otherwise it's quite okay. Okay. So, but if there is any grammar mistake, this is a freely available. Grammarly is beautiful. Okay. And even Quillbot is beautiful, but they all are paid. If your institution can afford, then please go for it. But if you can't and you're still struggling, you know, new person to make your presentation and also make best out of what is available, you can use this free grammar checking software. There is another grammar checking software called as onlinecorrection.com. Even this, it also suggests the changes. Okay, even in this, it suggests the changes. Now, Another thing which we come across is plagiarism, and journals are very strict about plagiarism. So even plagiarism softwares are very expensive. Institution can buy, but individually buying is very difficult. So this is one free software which we can use. Again, the problem is you can check only some 1,000 words alone at a time. You can't check for more than 1,000 words. So the same thing I will paste here. Okay, I didn't copy the text. So I'll copy and I'll paste it here. And I will ask to check it for plagiarism. So it is now detecting the plagiarism. So in some time, it is going to give us the report of this plagiarism. And for referencing, if some people have doubt, you please use Mendeley. I request all of you to please use Mendeley software. It is beautiful. It is outside the purview of today's class. But I see there is no plagiarism. So 0% plagiarism and 100% unique. If there is plagiarism, then it will detect. It will tell, it will also show which are the sections in red. So based on that, you can alter your sentences, paraphrase it or remove that, find some other references and you can use it. So these are the various AI tools which I use regularly, which will help me. Like previously, if I used to write maybe one article in 2 months, now I'll be able to finish like maybe in 15 days or 20 days. After an article, I mean, after data collection, everything is over. To write, I used to take 2 to 3 months before. But now I will be able to finish in 15 to 20 days when I sit and work on a. Now, other time I can use to create more research article. There are a lot of other things I love, because academics is just one part of my life. There are other parts of life where I want to travel, I want to have fun, I want to spend time with my family. All those things we can do. These things will definitely help us make all other aspects of our life work also. Okay. So now what are the just last few minutes. So what are the advantages of using this in research? You get accurate results most of the time, because it's based on prediction based data analysis, so that when we try, look and write, we may do some errors. That is avoided. Okay. Then it is very efficient. You all saw within 5 minutes how a presentation was made, and within 2 minutes how you could retrieve the data, all those things. It's very efficient and it is personalized. It won't give you recommendation, some general recommendation, based on what you're asking, what your problem is. It can personalized recommendations can be given. So this is the beauty of ChatGPT. So where all it is used, it can be used to increase efficiency in literature review, in improving the patient outcomes, faster drug delivery, then better understanding of disease mechanism, enhanced clinical decision making. There may be some syndromes or some disease which is rare, you may have left out. It may help you point it out so that you can ask for those investigation, improved patient engagement, reduced costs. As of now, it may be looking free, but we don't know. That is something which is skeptical. But again, when more people starts using, cost will reduce. Like we know what was the cost of a color mobile in 2007 and 8, and what is the cost now. Okay, so improved collaborations, then increased accessibility and continued innovation. These are all the things how our health research can be impacted because of this artificial intelligence. Like already how ma'am spoke, it doesn't come with limitation. It does come with a lot of limitations, at least some limitations. Whatever data we feed, we get answers accordingly. Okay, if you only report false data, if it is not true, then what you get from ChatGPT is false data. And something which is already not there, it's a new thing, it's an innovation, it's a new idea which nobody has done, that ChatGPT cannot give. Whatever it is given, it's already done somewhere. So you may be thinking that, oh, it is something new. It is new to you, but it is not new to the world. So if there is something truly new, you feel it is worth doing, then that will be new, and ChatGPT cannot replace or take it away from you. Okay. It can help you enhance the new idea which you have, but it cannot take away the thought which you got in your brain. Okay. Ethical issues are there. We need to have the transparency. We need to be generous enough to give that credit even to ChatGPT when we are using it for our research. There are some, I'm sure, like how conflict of interest and other things, a mandatory checkbox will come in few days where it asks whether you used or not. So you don't have to sit and write. You will have to just tick, and it may ask which are all the components which you used. You can write it there. There are few journals which are okay with using the support. There are few journals which are not okay as of now. Okay. Then whatever it is, it's a machine. It won't give that human interaction. I always feel when we meet face to face, like your friends, you may FaceTime, you may have a Zoom call or WhatsApp video call, but that feeling which you get when you meet people in person, same thing with the patient. When you interact, like my parents always say, if I go to the doctor, the way they speak, half of my disease is cured. The energy transfer which happens between people when they meet, that cannot be replaced by ChatGPT, because as of now, it doesn't have emotions yet. Okay. Then one more thing for application is, we being in healthcare field, we are very resistant to change, especially technical. Whatever comes outside, by the time it comes to our healthcare setup, it takes so much time. I still remember LED lights were in our room, but in OT, it was still that yellow bulbs for a very long time. Even ENT, that bulb they wore here, that also used to be that bulb. I mean, the filament bulbs which were there before. So it takes a lot of time to enter the health sector. And we also, we are resistant to a certain extent to understand. Of course, we have to be. Everything we need to look skeptically. Okay. But at the same time, we should always think two things. Is it going to improve the humanity? Is it creating workability for me and people around me? Is it not harming anyone? If I think these two questions are answered, any of such technology should be used for betterment of the humankind. So to conclude, ChatGPT is definitely a promising tool for improvising health research in providing personalized, accurate, and efficient recommendation and reports. Its potential applications in health research are vast, including improving disease diagnosis, identifying drug targets, and enhancing patient care and outcomes. However, its ethical and validation challenges must be addressed. To conclude, I want to say that artificial intelligence can be used as a supplement, but never as a substitute to human intelligence. Thank you so much. I have caused delay in your lunch, but thank you for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was truly an informative and fruitful session.
Thank you, Deepa.
I request all the participants to post their queries in the chat box. Ma'am, we have a question from Dr. S. Prasanna. If we are uploading an article for plagiarism, so it will be in the database. So when we submit to the journal and they will check, it will show that it is already existing. The article is already existing. So
no, it only checks the published articles, not which is there in your database. No. Only it has algorithms to check textbooks or various blogs. It depends upon how strong the plagiarism tool which you are using. Like if you are going in for the paid versions, those check everything. Okay. But the ones I'm saying, it may not be 100% accurate, but still it is accurate up to some 80%. We have not received any complaints, but what you have, that will not be shown as plagiarism. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, the second question, is there any AI tool where we can give raw data in Excel sheet and it gives analysis tables?
I heard there are such AI tools. I am not aware about those things. there are such tools, because there are statisticians who speak that it can be done. So to answer your question, yes, there are, but which are they? I don't know.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, my mentor is here, Dr. Kannan. He's typing, there is chatfront.ai. So that is the tool which can be used. He's my guru. I'm glad he was there for the session today. So yes, that's the tool which you people can explore. It will analyze data. Okay, thank you, Kannan.
Thank you, ma'am. If there are no further queries, we will proceed to the felicitation ceremony. So proceeding to the felicitation ceremony. I request Dr. Deepti R to stop her
I have
share.
stopped screening. Is it still being shared? No.
Oh, ma'am. I request Dr. Deepti R to accept this certificate of appreciation from the Department of Oral Medicine and Radiology.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you.
So moving on, I would now request Dr. Deepa Patil, the organizing secretary of today's, to propose the vote of
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Deepa Patil, Professor, Department of OMR and Organizing Secretary of the event. I am very grateful for to all the speakers and the delegates for participating in this event and making this academic event a grand success. It was indeed a pleasure to hear from all the speakers, beginning from Dr. Sachin, who gave us all the information about the basics of AI and how we have leapt from the basic digital method to the present digitization, and Dr. Sushi ma'am, who told us about the ethical guidelines and how we have to integrate them in the use of AI in research as well as in article writing. And lastly, but not the least, Dr. Deepti R ma'am, who gave us a hands-on, invaluable information, and such a useful, ma'am, you have given us to use all the tools, the various AI tools for conducting research, for manuscript writing. So all these speakers have made us, all the stereotypes and all the appreciation we have about using artificial intelligence into our practice. So we should not be scared or apprehensive about using AI in our practice, and also use it as an adjuvant so that we can treat and diagnose and monitor the patients better. So as it is said that whatever intelligence is human, and the artificial intelligence is just an extension of the human quality. So I would like to take the opportunity to thank all the delegates without which this event would not be possible. We have nearly had over 140 registrations for this event. I heartfully thank all the delegates from all over India, all the various medical dental colleges in participating in this event. I would like to thank our Dean, KMSDCH, and our Registrar Sir and the University for providing all the guidance required, the IT staff who have helped us in providing all the network and settling the network issues and live streaming of the event. So it was really very useful for all of us. So And lastly, I would like to thank our team of our department, our HOD, and our department colleague, Dr. Akanksha, Dr. Vaibhavi, for making this event a grand success. And our host for the event, Ms. Ishita Samanto, she was the intern, so for hosting this event so nicely. So I'm very thankful to all of you. So we will be posting the feedback link soon, and all of you can answer the feedback, and you'll be given the certificates. So we look forward to the active participation from all the delegates in further events. Thank you so much. The feedback link will be posted in the WhatsApp. Thank you. We'll end the event now.